but just sometime tonight, you got to give us your best. You've got a new device, and we're all excited for you to be able to lose with it. Riser. Oh, yeah. So basically, he's like, they do?
Yes.
What's it called? Very cool. Basically, this guy and I talked about before the sun melts the earth or whatever. Wouldn't it be cool if we were able to take the earth and like move it away and serve it in another solar system? I think that's baller as fuck. Yeah, basically using a solar sail.
Hey, Riser.
Riser, Zoot's talking to you.
You think Amish people have autism? Why not? There's probably at least less likely to have it unless they're drinking like paint, water, or contaminated water, or doing like incest or something. Why do you think they don't have it? Why? Like, are you talking about all of them, or just some of them? All of them. No, just some of them. Do you don't think there's like one autistic person? I mean, you say autism doesn't exist.
I saw this interview Theo Vaughn did with this Amish person. And you know how Theo Vaughn's like kind of like a backwoodsy, kind of folkish kind of person, folksy person. So he asks the Amish kid, "Do you guys have ADHD in, the Amish world?" And he's like, "What is that?" And he's like, well, it's kind of like when you just always want to say something, or you just can't stay still or whatever." And the Amish kid's like, "No, I mean, it sounds kind of fun, but no, we don't have it. I don't know what you're talking about." And it was just fascinating to hear somebody who had like never heard that term, that they were just like confused, like that's a thing. It was quite interesting.
Imagine the next like AI tech billionaire starting like the next like Elon Musk is Amish.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could maybe happen. It's not that Amish people don't use. They use technology. Go ahead. Zoot, what are you saying? Riser, are you ready for a mini golf invitation? Why are you being such a bitch? Doug, no one gives a shit about your story. Are you ready to play?
Here to talk to my friend Rabbi.
Okay, understandable. And help person from Iraq who has like the saddest fucking story ever to somehow immigrate to the United States. Oh, that poor kid.
Yeah, why do you suggest hopping the border? I mean, I guess the cost or whatever. To just fly in.
Well, because you have to make it. If you can make it to the border, you can seek asylum. So it's basically like if he makes it to Tijuana, that's at the border. He just has to make it to the gate, which is like 3 miles away from the airport or something. If he like made it to like LAX, then it's he could be deported. Like basically, he could fuck up his chances right away. Like if he gets it to the border and they're just like he wants to seek asylum and they say no, then that's fine. He can live in Mexico. He can live in Tijuana and live a nice life. Tijuana is not that different than a lot of cities, especially like San Diego. They literally border each other. So he could just live there and then eventually sneak in if he wanted to. But if he flies into the United States directly and they catch him, he could get into trouble. Like basically that's when they're going to deport him. Does that make sense? Like if he flies to Tijuana, he can go to the border and seek asylum. If they say, okay, here's your date, that's great, then they can let him in. If they say you can't come in, that's fine. He can then just cross the border illegally and do whatever he needs to do. If he flies into like LAX and he goes to seek asylum and they say no, then he's here illegally and they're going to deport him. Like it's the idea that when you seek asylum, in my opinion, it's better to not have entered the country yet than to have broken. It's a valid point. I don't know. I mean, that gets into State Department intricacies, so we'll look it up. Do you need a tourist visa to visit USA?
Rabbi, do you know how I know that there was there's no autism in the Amish? Do you know how I know?
How do you know that, sir?
Because there wasn't an Amish person in the Black Blue line.
There you go, big dog. You need a tourist visa if you're not waiver country, which is not.
How do you join the Amish?
They talked about this in this interview. Basically, many times you meet someone who's Amish, you like them, and then you go and meet their family, and if their family thinks they're going to live by the Amish way, then there's like a conversion process, and then you are Amish. If you have someone who gets you in, it's more difficult. But again, there's like a conversion process. They don't have like a normal system. They go, they like celebrate religiously, not weekly. They celebrate every 2 weeks, and there's like a period of time between like ages 19 and 21 called Roomspringa, where they just one moment. Yo, what up, Sahil? How you living, pimp? Hill, can you hear me? So Hill, do you remember that time I asked you how you were doing and then you were dead fucking silent? Pepperidge Farm remembers. So Hill, did you find out about me from Twitter? Oh yeah, Rabbi, I met you from Twitter. You sent me a DM. It was amazing. You know what, Sahil? No one wanted to talk with you. Go fuck yourself. Um, so they have this. The Amish have this period called Grimspringa, where they, like, quote unquote, live amongst the English, which are non-Amish people, and they throw these big parties and like get drunk and like smoke weed and stuff. And then if they want, they can come back to being like an Amish person again, or they can just live out in the world normally, however they want. I know basically everything that I learned about the Amish from this interview with Theo Von, so I'm not the best person to learn anything about being Amish. I can tell you sometimes people confuse me for being Amish though when I wear my black hat and black suit and such. Say no. That's about all the conversation that we have. But it's happened a lot. Do they have Amish people in Australia Zoo?
Yeah, Amish people. Yeah.
Hi. Do you think there was an Amish person amongst the 20 dudes who were going to fuck that chick at that adult bookstore?
No.
All right, but how do you know?
Because that's where I got autism.
Zoot, did you tell Riser about your most recent diagnosis?
What?
You did, yeah. You did. He didn't just get autism at the adult bookstore. He contracted super autism. See, here's the thing, Riser. Zoot comes in here, and I've said before, if the television said that everybody in Australia was contracting green skin syndrome, Zoot would come in here and be like, I think my skin looks green. So I told him, I'm like, if there was something called super autism, you would come in here and you'd be the first candidate to be treated for super autism, just because, not because you're any different than anybody else. It's just you want to be different. You want to have something that explains your behavior. And he's like, yeah, maybe I really do have super autism. I'm like, I just made it up. And he's like, I know, but I think I have it.
I got you know, 10 years ago when I did that autism diagnosis at 19, he said I didn't have it, and I get fucking diagnosed by a woman who's barely like listening to what I'm fucking saying, right? She's like, yeah, you got it. I was like, oh, well, what changed in 10 years? It's all just an opinion, right?
That's true. What did she say changed in 10 years?
What changed in 10 years?
Yeah.
The fact that you couldn't fucking, the fact that I didn't really want to be there and I just didn't answer the questions correctly, and I'm just like, Blazer was asking me, do I have sensory issues? And I was like, yeah, sometimes I like touch plants when I go on walks. But that's because I have fucking Tourette's, though, not because I have autism.
Did you tell this woman?
Sometimes I rip leaves off trees because I have fucking Tourette's. I can't help it. I'm gonna tip, and apparently that's autism.
No, that's not what
You should get a card that like states that, and then have some math if you're going by. Sorry.
Yeah.
Can you actually get in trouble for doing that if you legitimately had to? Is it a free ass grabbing card? Like, I'd look into that too.
What up, baby?
If you were in protective custody for 10 years, would you find it hard to maintain friendships?
Am I allowed to have friends?
You're in protective custody for 10 years. So, social isolation.
Am I? I don't even know what that is. Am I allowed to have friends?
No, you're in protective custody. You're in social isolation. You're away from the extreme population. You're in sentence.
Would
You
there
have to do 10 years in protective custody.
would there be other people there?
No.
Well, yeah. Then I find it really difficult to have friends if there were no other people with whom I could interact.
Yeah. So that means everyone that's in protective custody has autism.
I don't think so.
By that logic.
Zoot, have you ever thought that you are absolutely obsessed with the subject of autism and that's not good?
That's a sign of autism.
Maybe you should be an autism researcher. I mean, you are already.
He's talked about it.
I could tell you all about the diagnostic criteria influences pharmaceutical companies have like American psychiatry and the difference between.
Okay, I have a question for you.
It would be like the whistleblower.
Probably.
Okay. Are you going to be the one to tell him?
Snoop Dogg don't know how to work it.
What?
Which celebrities do you think have autism?
None of them.
You don't think a single celebrity has autism? Isn't it a spectrum?
They have it.
So they all have it a little bit?
I think every human has it a little bit. Like the celebrities that are identifying autistic are just trying to that are trying to get other people to see psychiatry, like other people to psychiatric systems.
Okay. So, did you ever get those pictures for social media? Are you gonna
No, because I stopped putting on weight again.
Are you gonna do it in like 2 weeks?
10 weeks.
10 weeks. Zoot, okay. Zoot, will you please tell, because Riser asked me about you, what happened with the goal of being a male stripper? Let me preface this. Don't give up though.
An erotic dancer.
It's called an exotic dancer. Why don't you get it right? Here's the thing. Zoot, you worked so hard. You worked like 14 weeks every single day going to the gym, and then you're like on the 1 yard line, basically about to your dream, and then you go up. Right, but the thing is, you could work as a private dancer, or you could work at another club.
Are you ready for me to go?
Riser, are you ready?
I'm eating pizza right now.
No one gives a shit. No.
How do I fund a 100 shit.
You launch it yourself and call it male surrogate baby China.
Riser, we're waiting on you.
My headache, my head.
Dog. No one gives a flying fuck.
I don't give a fuck about your not giving a fuck.
Will you please play?
Sorry. No, I don't want to look at a screen right now. Don't make me repeat it.
All right, Zoot, I'm going to send you a different invitation. Riser, how many...
You guys play Match Monsters.
We play Match Monsters all the time.
Oh, play Match Monsters.
Okay.
Actually, you know what game we should...
Literati.
I don't know. That's fine.
Fuck that game. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, did you know that Riser threw up this morning? And these were his words because he sucked so much dick.
I don't know.
It was like only like an hour ago.
I thought you threw up in the morning.
No, it was like an hour ago.
I hate it when I suck dick.
Okay, so Zoot, why don't you just put out ads that you'll be a private dancer? I'm sure some lady where you live would be willing to pay you to dance for her.
Bachelorette party, dude. Full time. Imagine some Australian bachelorette party. They order a male stripper and then he shows up and they're like, Magnus Carlson?
There you go. I can tell you that I went to a girls' party, an all-girls party. This is like 15 years ago. And I danced for them. And I could have fucked all three of them that were there. Well, four of them that were there. And I chickened out. But it's pretty easy to fuck them after they see your moves, Zoot. So,
Where am I?
yo, baby.
I just lost.
All right. You just got an extra move. What are you talking about? Hey, Zoot. Riser didn't know any of our moves. Like, he's an amateur in this game. He sucks. I had to literally.
I chose the worst fucking. I just gave you an extra.
Thanks, baby. I had to teach him the L move. I had to teach that to you too, though. I had to teach him.
Oh, not that.
Yeah, you always miss it.
It doesn't really help you that much.
Dude, it gives you 5 points and a free go.
Yeah, but sometimes it's better not to use it. But if you use, it really depends what the patterns are.
What are the reasons, dude?
I just said it depends what the patterns are.
Okay. Riser. Been on. Oh, wow. Riser, have you been on. No, look at you, dog.
Can you go on there?
That's how I call it.
That's how he found out that girl wanted to fuck. It was
Alright, not so interesting.
Why?
The
You wanna
bookstore fucking gangbang fucking subreddit.
do you want a number?
You know what I find hilarious is Zoot followed up and went back, and she didn't remember him.
First in line, still didn't get it. Ring a bell. I'm surprised she didn't remember. Oh, you're the guy who couldn't
Right.
front of the line. Dude, were the other guys there, like, watching you in the same room?
Oh, for sure.
I can't literally see in, like, a fucking, a fucking word thing.
You ready? Bella?
Yeah, baby. Are you proud of that move?
I should have evolved first.
Dude, are you proud of that move?
I should have evolved first.
All right. Are you proud of that move?
Dude, what colors are you?
He's yellow and blue.
Yellow and blue. Rabbi has an advantage on me, like he has better characters. But
Yeah, because I'm amazing. What do you want me to do about it, baby?
the board is probably more in my favor. Would you say the board is more in my favor or yours?
Yours.
It's more in your favor.
Yeah, it is, baby. Fuck you, Zoot. Riser, did you know that Zoot started a literati game with me, played 25%, and then left? Does that surprise you at all?
Yeah,
What'd you say, big dog?
Rob the same said that number cat.
Oh, he cares a lot. He might care more than I care.
You told me that I still live there. You lost.
Dog, I did, but I didn't really go into too much detail. But I can just tell you, Zoot, that Riser played better than just about anyone has ever played against me in that game, and he straight up deserved to win. I got so fortunate with the letters at the end. I got all the big letters, and I used them in the cheapest of ways. I used Joe, Za, like when you tear your clothes, Ren, and Key, QI. Riser, do you know what the most played word is in all of Scrabble? It's QI.
I was gonna guess that, but
So my question is,
You just help. You cannot make a good move here.
baby.
You can make a good move. Extra move. I just scored fucking insane.
Electro Claw. Wow, that does like no damage. Even though it's fucking evolved, it does 10. 10 is like nothing.
the healer guy that heals does.
And he's not even evolved. When he's evolved, he does 15.
second guy is way I need, I'm gonna buy another character or two.
Then we'll never play. At least not when you use them. Dude, if you're gonna buy one, I'll tell you which one to buy. Because I'm in the Play-Doh subreddit. Yeah, that's how cool I am. And they say there's one that's like the best one. It's like, I'll look it up right now. I tried finding it, but it they just gave the advanced version of it. It's Voltshard, Voltshard. Everybody was like, that motherfucker is so hard to beat.
What game is match monsters that are like knockoffs?
Dude, I fucking my game froze.
It's a knockoff of a game. It's not Pokemon.
What do you mean it's not Pokemon?
Pokemon is a hundred.
Dude, I see the best move ever. You
Fucked up.
You fucked up. Wait, you can do it again. You can do it again. You can do it again, Zoot.
I can see it.
Are you gonna fuck up again?
Yes.
Zoot, you fucked up again.
What did
Yeah, you did. You wasted a move.
How do I fuck up?
Dog, there's so much shit going on right now.
How did I fuck up? How much damage I did? Think I fucked up?
Dude, you did so much damage.
I just got the real damage.
Dog, that was incredible. And it's still your turn? You could fucking win right now. There you go. Are you going to win? Oh my word. Dude, you just did like 6.
I won. Unless you're still right now, I won. Yeah, it's my turn.
Yeah, big dog.
I just won.
No, you didn't. Let's see it then. Oh, because of the fucking Electro Claw. Berries. You did just win. Dude, Zoot, that was fucking like no, don't you do that shit. Are you ready for mini golf, Riser?
I'm ready to play it, dude.
No, you can't do that. I didn't know that that's what the rule was.
Tournament. It's a tournament. Play the winner of the next.
How about we
How does it feel to lose against the fucking pair that we've never seen? Like, you had the advantage. You had the best. You had the better pair.
Dog, you smoked me in that game. Riser, you ready to play mini golf?
How do you manage such an asshole?
He got very fortunate. Riser, you have an invitation. Riser, you have an invitation to mini golf, and Zoot and I are already ready for you. We're waiting in here.
I got lucky with the stage. I got lucky that the stage ability was in my character's favor.
Correct. Riser, you have an invitation. I just sent it to you. Okay, do you want to know a secret way to do this hole? That's way too hard. And too far to the right. What did I just say? Look how I'm shit.
How's your magical way to do it?
No. If you want to do it that way, there's a different way to do it. But I don't think it'd be advantageous right where the whole position is. Zoot, you're up, big dog.
Alright, let's use our bad hands, like our left hand if you're right-handed, or vice versa. Let's see if we can beat Sue with our bad hand.
I don't know.
I just did a pretty good move.
Zoot, that was a great shot.
It's an easy water bomb.
Riser never water bunks Zoot. It's like he's got
It's an easy water bomb. The problem, it's an easy water bomb, but the problem is neither of you are going to be able to get a hold of it.
That was beautiful.
Are we just going to water bomb each other?
Maybe, big dog.
Where am I? Terrible. You take rise of the game.
Oh, I know. Why don't you water bump us both? The double
It's going
one.
to be hard.
Yeah, you lined up in the wrong spot. You need more oomph than that. That was terrible.
I got a snap, sorry.
Okay, no one gives a shit about your Snapchat, dog. Zoot's checking his Snapchat. He's got another dick pic.
Oh, dude, add me on Snapchat.
Are you gonna go? Zoot, it is so painful to play this game with you. Zoot, you fuck. Go, Zoot. Go. Zoot, you deserve to not score any points in this hole.
You deserve to not score points in the next one.
Ooh, good one, dog. Look how good this shot is. Look how fucking professional and sexy and just all around amazing that shot was. Did you all see that? Riser, what are you gonna do?
The way the guy pronounced Kareem or Kareem, he's like, yeah, me Kareem.
I know. I had to cut that guy a lot of slack, though. He can pronounce it any way he fucking wants.
Oh, he might be right. So I'm like, wait, you mean like, is that how you say it? He's like, yeah. We're wrong.
It's Zoot here with one of the greatest shots I've ever seen.
I didn't know it was one of those that full block from behind.
Baby,
92% backwards for a shot like that.
you're gonna help him. You just fucked him.
Oh, fuck off.
And he just... Look how good this was. Riser, you gonna make it?
I hope not.
He's gonna miss this. He just missed it.
It's not a hard shot.
He missed it.
That's more.
That's miserable. That's miserable. You want to work perfect game here, so.
The best move. How do you still score perfect score? You're in a fucking. Well, I'll give you a shot too.
Baby, it's perfect. Riser fucked up. Riser fucked up.
2009
Zoot, don't block my ball.
You get in front of his ball.
Get there, baby. Riser, remember when you were like, hey, I've got a perfect game going. Hey, everybody, I've got a perfect game going. But then you jerked yourself off raw with such bullshit, absolute garbage shots like that. And everyone was like, oh, that was awful. Pepperidge Farm,
Playing with
remember?
my left. I was playing with my bad hand.
I have no bad hands, baby. I'm an ambidextrous pimp. Zoot, what are you going to do here, dog?
I like how you have all the fucking, all these stupid little hacks for fucking these cuts, but then this one, it's like you literally can't figure out how to get it.
I agree with you on that. Oh, what a filthy shot. What a filthy shot.
That might have been the greatest shot of the same. The only thing is, fuck. Right, you know what sucks for you?
Do it, baby. Do it. Do it. Do it.
I stopped rising. I stopped rising. I stopped rising from getting the lead.
Thanks, baby.
Oh no, he's. Fuck. What am I doing here?
There you go. There you go. That's perfect.
Are you dead?
No, Zoot.
My left going up.
Yeah, dog.
Are you guys ready for the other thing?
Yes, sir. Oh, that almost was.
Does your Tourette's get like more frequent if you're like nervous? Or
Yeah.
like a hot chick where you just start like saying random shit like that?
Oh, I've been on a date and I do the little thing there randomly because of my Tourette's.
That's hilarious, but very sad.
Yeah.
She was like, you're retarded. And I was like, yeah.
Did you have a second date with her?
Oh, yeah, we fucked for 6 months.
Is that the girl with whom you broke up recently?
No. I never fucked her.
You never fucked the girl you were giving money to? Oh, what a shot by Zoot. One of the greatest shots I've ever seen in this game, Riser. But you see this shot of Zoot?
Didn't go around the corner.
She want.
So you gave this girl a bunch of money and never fucked her?
I would do that. I didn't do that money.
Yes, you did. She had a heroin addiction and you gave her money. You told me like 1,000 times. That's why you broke up with her. The girl with whom you went to see Wicked in November of 2024.
Oh, I didn't give her money. I paid for her. I paid for her fucking like workout and shit. I didn't give her money directly. Then if I give her money directly, she's gonna get back to drugs. But yeah, help pay for her rehab.
That's giving her money. I mean, I don't know how else you want to describe it. That's fine. You could get a hooker and be like, I didn't give her money directly. I just paid for her to get pampered or whatever. That's still giving her money. Whatever.
I mean, it's probably. I think you can get the heaven for that piece.
Okay. Riser. It's impossible for you to win now. What are your thoughts on that, son? Impossible for you to win. Baby. No, you're done, son. You're done, son. William Montgomery, number 2, fan. Look at you. You can't even get it in. Look at you. Baby, you just lost. Riser, you just... Riser, you were even proud that you had a person. Riser, you have a score.
There's no score on the scoreboard, so according to Plato, I didn't have any score, so it's a perfect game.
I don't know what game you're playing. There was a score, dog.
Look at history. Look at the final results.
Zoot, did you know that you have an invitation?
Yep.
There you go, big dog. Look how good a shot this is. Look how fucking... Just phenomenal. 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 Riser, did you know it's your turn? 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 Riser, did you know it's your turn?
It was 92%, right?
Yeah, dog. You're the one who told me that.
And Rob, I guess, I didn't know. They put it in a tour shop.
What did you all think of that? Riser, what did you think of that shot?
What idiot shot that everything.
Everyone gets the
I went right in the hole, you're left around it.
Everyone gets it in a tour shop.
Except for you, yeah.
I did the hardest shot out of everyone.
Zoot, what's your favorite?
Most advantage. Literally, it goes first every time. You get the block. If I was going host, I'd also.
Zoot, what's your favorite Madonna song? Go.
Like a virgin.
Excellent. Riser, you don't know Like a Prayer?
Is that the same as like a virgin?
No. 2 different songs.
Does she They write the same fucking song every time. Like I give her songs the same names every single time.
No, those are just two songs that she had that have a similar name.
Is Liza having a sick of fucking shot?
Zoot fucked over Riser.
Damn, I can tell something on fire.
Did he say something's on fire?
I smell something on fire.
All right, well, go fucking fix it after this game.
Dude, it's your turn.
Zoot, just go real quick.
My house might be in danger. Oh, you took a shot.
I know. Go.
So shoot your shot, dog. Nothing's on fire.
Okay, it's just the next door neighbors. It's fine.
There you go. There, that's what I like to hear. They're barbecuing or something.
Yeah.
What an amazing shot. That was really good. Zoot just missed the shot. Way too hard. Way too hard, dog. Way too hard. Oh, Riser. Riser gets fucked.
The good news is, brother, this fella.
Zoot, do you know what the Harlem Globetrotters are?
Yes, they were NBA team.
No, they weren't an NBA team, but that's close enough.
Right.
They were not. What a fucking shot. Riser, are you proud of that shot?
They weren't an NBA team?
No, they're a team that plays basketball. That's like a show. They always win, though. Basically, they like always play the same team every single time, and they always win.
Yeah, that was like Magic Johnson or something.
Wilt Chamberlain.
Will Chamberlain. Is Magic Johnson out of it?
No. I'm surprised you knew that much about them, though. They're celebrating their 100th year this year.
How old are they?
100 years old.
100 years old.
Well, the team is. The people on the team are like between 20 and 40.
Okay.
Are you fucking serious? You're gonna block me? Look how good this shot is. Look how amazing this shot is. Riser, you gonna
Who's the best Boston player of all time?
Wilt Chamberlain?
Yeah. No.
Riser, that was unimpressive. Riser, that was unimpressive.
How old is the average Boston player?
How tall? Like 6'6"?
You think it's in the Boston thing, Taylor?
Yeah, in basketball.
No. You want to be a midget in basketball.
Oh, I hate this hole. I hate this hole.
Would you want a all midget NBA league?
I would watch that. Oh, that's a move trend.
I saw a documentary called like Death Ball that was like that.
That's good medical.
Murder Ball, that's it. Yeah, that's right. Good job. Zoot, have you seen it?
Yes, rugby, not basketball.
What do you mean it's rugby? Isn't it on wheelchair basketball?
There's no wheelchair rugby, is there?
Yeah, it's wheelchair rugby.
Is that what I saw? Was it wheelchair rugby?
Yeah. What's left of that? Little wheelchair.
Is it on? Oh yeah, and the guys have like metal, like they're like they have like metal on their. They like add like plate like armor to their wheelchairs, right?
Yeah, it's really tough. Damn, if you like not, if you're not, I think I heard like an interview from them. It's like if you're not already in a wheelchair, you play this game, you will be in a wheelchair.
Right.
Kind of rough.
They can be on grass. There's some of the basketball players.
That's right. That's why I thought it was.
Tackling each other in the wheelchair flip over, and then they all go around.
Yep.
Like another guy falling on the floor.
Riser, what did you think of my shot?
That's too busy admiring the rugby wheelchair people. Oh, is that you?
Yeah, baby.
This fucking blows.
I agree.
What if they,
There's no way this is a good shot. Zoo, you fucked up.
do a perfect shot. Good. Good. Release. Really change the angle.
What a beautiful shot, Zoo.
Yeah, but I'm still not going to get it in.
Yo, just skip my turn. What's the point?
You know what the good news is about skipping your turn, whatever? You want to know the good news? No one is going to get you anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Why do you think it skipped your turn?
I watched you hit twice.
I think it might be possible for you to get it in.
No.
I'm joking, that is like the most impossible shot. But, what's the shot?
Ooh, what a good shot.
It would be a good shot if it was, it was practice. Right. Okay, honestly, you lost. There's no way to. I could help rather than get the tie.
Okay, well, I need all the stuff I can get. Hey, fuck that.
I'm going to protect you. Protect you. That protects you.
Collusion. Collusion.
So it was a tie.
I don't think it was.
I'm going to look where I am. Compared to where you are.
This is a terrible shot. Doesn't even use all the power. This is a terrible shot. Just one of the most.
He's going for full on kayak.
Oh, no. You can win. Perfect shot. Perfect shot. 1 minute. And Bronze again moved to the which did well by the way. Oh, you talked about up in the wall.
You piece of shit. Try and actually win the game.
I am. I am. I am going to win the game.
You can't win, guys. No matter what you do, no matter what you do, so no matter what you do, you can't win myself.
Riser, how'd you like that shot? Riser.
5 out of 10.
All right, so I won 7. Zoot got 5, and Riser got 4. Zoot beat Riser.
I went on Facebook. I was playing their games. Their basketball was way too easy. You can literally just flip the mouse and like get it in every single time.
When are they going to have? Do you think they're going to have the different kind of?
Was like really pretty damn good. It was really pretty.
Riser, it's your turn.
Chess is also unplayable.
Do you think that they're going to change the holes this year?
Over here. I seriously considered like trying to make my own mini golf game where you can customize the holes. I'm sure I could with ChatGPT, but not very long left on time to do it.
Shut up.
Did Zoot just say you're making shit up?
I don't know what the fuck he's on.
Are you going to go, Zoot?
Type job.
What the fuck was that shot?
Like, how do you say? How about you put the most perfect shot I've ever seen?
No, I have this tree in the way.
Oh, wait, sorry, I was talking about one of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the most perfect shot I've ever seen, and you fucked it up.
There's no way I was going to have 0% chance.
Well, I'm not all up.
Take it.
There's no way to make up.
But just get as close as you can. No, dude, actually try to win the game.
No, I was just thinking, if I do that, we would ball faster. I like the set
Dude, what's your name serious stand-up stuff this week? You actually inspired me, and I might go to an open mic tonight. But unlike you, I'm actually not going to be a good record this episode. But you guys can hear it.
I'm going to talk about alcohol horses in the game.
I like the Amish joke about the bookstore gang.
Amish people there.
What a
I'm
shot.
gonna say autism is an STI, and I caught it at a gang.
There's the funny part.
True.
There's kind of a funny joke in there to be like, you know, what I learned recently is that the Amish do not contract autism, but they do contract STDs. I learned that one the hard way. That's kind of a funny joke.
No.
I think it's hilarious.
They say that Amish people don't read books, but I was in a bookstore.
It wasn't a bookstore. It was an adult store. It was an adult store. It was an adult bookstore.
An adult simulator, adult arcade.
Adult cinema store.
How many times have I played at the cinema?
No, you said bookstore, dude. I'm fucking stuck.
Zoot, do they sell books?
Bookstore.
Zoot, do they sell books? They don't have any.
No!
That magazine was not books.
All right, well, that's close enough to a bookstore, son.
It's not a bookstore. It was an adult cinema.
No, you lied. What's an adult cinema? That's not it.
It's where they come to.
Why? The bookstore is way funnier, so you get in the bookstore.
Right.
No, it was an adult cinema. Oh. Might be someone like a crowd that was there.
Oh, for sure, dog. You.
They also caught it. They also caught it.
Very fucking weird. My finger may have caught pizza.
Zoot, if you make this, no, to the left, to the right, to the left. There you go. Straight in. Too much of an angle. This is a tough shot, Riser. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
4 foot wide golf.
I do like that about this game. That like the whole different. Riser, do you know who Greg Norman is?
The greatest golf player of all time.
The greatest, maybe Australian golfer of all time.
That is better than like everything anyone else.
What are you saying, big dog?
Name something that Australian is that like 100. Like Australians are just better than everyone else and everything.
No.
Except for mathematics.
Riser, that was an amazing shot. And I'm regretting my shot.
Help me.
Who's the most talented Australian player?
Margot Robbie.
Just fucking try, fuck.
Okay, now they're going where he is. Like, talented is driving first.
Yeah, she's pretty hot, dude. There's some talent there.
He's not a bad actor, but it's like, okay, acting and talent.
Yeah, dog.
Come on.
Dude, did you think that Riser's shot was absolute dog shit?
Okay, acting's hot here.
Yeah.
Depends on what.
Hit my ball, baby. What are you gonna do, Riser? You cum rag. You absolute cum rag. That was the best shot you've had today. What a good shot. Zoot, are you gonna go or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? Riser, are you sure you won? Zoot, did you disconnect? Zoot disconnected. Zoot disconnected. He's got a fire next door. Are you proud of yourself? Sucking dick?
It's weird that like that's like the biggest insult that we have is like basically saying that someone does what 50% of the population does with experience what females experience.
Dog, I think probably, I bet you 10% of dudes suck dick. Maybe more. I mean, there's Zoot and you. So that's at least
I've never done that.
neither of I, dog. I don't plan to. But if I were on a deserted island and the only way to get off was to suck a dick, or I would die.
If you're trapped on an island, then all things go according to.
Yeah, dude.
Eventually, you get bored and horny.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Dog,
And you get this back.
I agree with you. And that's why I don't think that those people are gay. I think of the same as people.
They just drift off instead.
I think the same of people in prison. Like if you're in there for life and you have sex with dudes, I don't think of you as gay. I just think of you as desperate. To me,
Now you have the option to just drift off.
yeah, but like maybe you get bored of that. I don't know. To me,
It's all gray or together. What if everyone was just happy and just slowly gray pretty much
to me, to be gay, you have to like what you do. Did you watch the William Montgomery show this week, son?
someone like take a care of like wires to your eardrum so that
I'm listening. What's your answer?
what happened? Man? Give me the freaking note.
I'm gonna watch it right now. Do you want to watch it? All right, you don't have to watch it. But did you know that there's a post? Have you ever met Zook before? Have you ever met Zook before?
Yeah, I don't know why I said that. I don't know. Normally he'll say something and then just disappear, whatever.
No, that's how Zook goes. His house is on fire, or his neighbor's house is on fire.
My house is on fire. It's literally burning.
Okay, so let me ask you this: if you're raped by a dude and you're a dude, are you gay? Exactly. The answer here pretty much is obviously no. If you were doing it against your free will. Now this one I really struggle with. Not from like, okay, so you ready for this? We've had this conversation before. No. No, nothing like that. All right. So just for the record here, I like allegedly porn where you don't see the dude. I'll use maybe his dick going in the chick and the chick's in the like okay. But is it more gay, less gay, or an equal amount if you watch a transgender male to female having sex with a female in porn? Is that okay? So let me make it even here. So basically, in porn, like most porn or whatever, like there's a woman and a man, and you have two boobs, one vagina, and one penis. In the one with the transgender person and the woman, you have two boobs, one penis, and one vagina. Doesn't the transgender porn isn't that closer to two women having sex? I know, but I've never. It's still. I kind of actually think that it's. I know. I think the consensus was it's neutral, but I think I disagree with that now. I think it's. I think it's actually less gay. I think it's less gay to watch transgender porn with a woman than it is to watch a dude in a woman. No, it is. I mean, it's more boobs, basically.
Yeah, but that's not if you're looking at it strictly from a physicist point of view.
How else you gonna look at it, dog?
From a mental, look at it from a
No, nobody looks at it that way. I'm just saying, nobody looks at it that way. What I'm saying is just strictly.
Yeah, they do. That's a giant freaking factor. You can't just wash that off like it's nothing.
Okay, I still think that it is gayer to watch. Now let me say this for anybody watching. I have never, on purpose, watched transgender porn. I have had it thrust some algorithm. I shouldn't even say that. I don't even think I've seen that. I like maybe somebody has posted a GIF or
You
something.
are curious one night and you searched it up. Okay.
No, my searches are very simple. It's and that's about it. That's really about it. Um, that's my thing. And most people wouldn't even do that, but I am like the king of the mills. But no, I think that I'm really pretty serious about this. That it is less to watch trans porn and a woman than it is to watch a dude because there are more female sexual organs.
That's a low IQ type thing.
No, it's very high IQ. It's very high. It's very high IQ.
That is the opposite. Complete antithesis of
No, that's Mayor Newfie.
no, that is my Newfie level. Not even Newfie. This is regular in person. Like that.
No, okay, then let's break this down. You have a.
No. You said your piece. Okay? I'll explain to you why.
Hold on. You wanted to bring in the mental. You wanted to bring in the mental aspect.
Already stated your shit. That's my turn.
Go ahead.
Okay? You're a transgender male. Does this transgender have a penis or no?
The transgender person looks completely like a woman, except they have a penis.
So they do. So for whatever reason, it's not a full-blown post-op trans.
Correct. Because once you get into that, I don't even know if you can tell without like measuring bones and skeletons and like DNA. I mean, like they could get really good at that.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest with you, I've never seen a
Well,
post.
you're still assuming that, I mean, normally in pornography, you self-insert as the male fucking, and then use your imagination to pretend that you're the one plowing with the girl in your pixel screen. But assuming that's the case, then you're now imagining yourself as the transgender person, which by definition is not great. So,
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily.
if you're not,
That's one aspect of the porn.
But then what are we imagining? What are we imagining?
I mean, let me just ask you this. Let me ask you this. If you watch lesbian porn, do you think of yourself as a lesbian?
That's different.
No, it's not. It's the same argument. I get what you're saying.
It is. It is.
No, it's not. It's the same thing.
It is.
Are you inserting yourself as the people in the video?
Not in lesbian porn because it's two females. There's no penis in the video, so you can't insert a penis in the video.
Okay, so then, I mean, like I said previously, POV is the way to go. POV MILF porn is my thing. And that's where you don't see, it's just like your eyes. You don't see anything. I mean, I guess you see the dude's dick going in the chick, but like, that's not what I'm looking for.
You're making me want the AR goggles too.
Why AR goggles? Why not VR? Have you ever watched porn in virtual reality?
Sorry, that's what I meant. VR.
Have you ever watched porn in virtual reality?
I've never tried on the goggles. I've never.
Dog, you are missing out. It is fucking so immersive.
You don't. Here's they're not even that expensive. You get for like $200.
I know. I got them like 5 years ago. The book Oculus.
You own it? You own it still?
Yeah,
Wearing
dude. Um, it is something that when I wear my VR headset, I'm in it for like 8 hours. I'm like in it all the time, and then I don't want to. Well, I kind of. Well, firstly, when I would do this, when I would live stream, and I have live streamed wearing
You
my.
have them? You still have them?
Yeah, they're in a box, but yeah. Um,
You don't use them for
no. I though. No transgender, but
why? It can't be that good then if you're not using it.
it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and the reason, and anybody who uses VR will tell you this, it's not very user friendly, or at least I don't find that it is. To get to like scroll browsers is a little bit of a hassle. Then it doesn't. The big reason, riser is it does pop-up blocker. So like, I have to go and I have to click the little pop-ups with this fucking like handheld thing, uh, this like mouse. But when you get in, uh, it's amazing. I mean, one of my favorite videos, the first one that I ever saw that I was like, this is a game changer. I was in a house staring up at them, and when like you move your head up, and it was like I was in like some kind of like resort paradise with just three super hot chicks, and you move your head around, and it's like you're moving your head around in the video. Um, but it it is annoyingly slow. I mean, I'm sure it's faster now, but at least my uh, Oculus, it did not um, have the fastest processing on it, and anybody will tell you that like it's not that fast. Um, Another issue that arises from it, though I ingeniously developed a workaround for this, is the battery life isn't that great on it, so you have to keep it charged, and when you keep it charged, the connector, it's really like delicate. So I used a magnet charger so that like I could pull it off. Um, so that worked really well. Um, I've got like once you use it, you recognize the possibilities with it. But again, to me, it's really annoying to do pop ups, and I don't like that. It's because it's not like you can use a mouse. You have to use this handheld um, like device and close each X, each close box, and um, but there is a lot of 3D porn or virtual reality porn, and it is um, it's
I thought you can't just full screen a regular like.
so they do have that, but they have to use two different um, like since the screen is so close to your eyes, there are two different like screens going simultaneously, and it works. I'm not gonna say it doesn't work, but is it's just to me like very slow and annoying, and I don't have a pop-up blocker in it, and um, what else don't I like about it? It's a game changer. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Like, um, but there's not a lot to do in it as well. I mean, my friend had the more um, advanced version of the Meta Oculus, and uh, I was at his place one time after Shabbat. We went and we played this Star Wars game, and it was like very very cool. It was very cool. I still like. Here's the thing about it that is really interesting to me. are elements of it that stick in my head more than like any video game. Like I remember looking at Darth Vader being like this. The real question that I had was this: like I'm like 5'10". My friend was like 5'10", and then we had another friend there who was like 6'5". And I wondered, is Darth Vader always taller than you whenever you're looking at this? And that's the answer. So like if you're 6'5", he's still taller than you. If you're 5'5", he'd still be taller than you. Like there's something in it that just always knew Darth Vader to be taller than you. But like we're like flying um the the Millennium Falcon or whatever it is. I have not. This was the meta quest. Actually, this was like. I mean, mine's old. It's like maybe 7 years old. It's pretty old. Um, and I'm sure they've improved it since then. I don't have the newer version of them, so I can't say that for one reason or another. But then they came out with the Apple. Um, what do they call it? The Apple Pro, whatever, Apple Vision Pro. I have not used that. They're very expensive. I mean, for like a device, they're like $3,000 or $4,000.
Like $1,000, like
1,000. There's like they're like 3,000, and there's just not a lot to do on it. That's what I found to be the. But I'll tell you what, when I um this once like I when I first got it, I spent like an entire Sunday sucked in on it. Like that's another issue that I find that when I do use it, I like the whole fucking day goes away. Like um it just takes up the whole day. And it doesn't have to, but like yeah, no. Yeah, so what would I do? I would go to Google Maps and like it was very I'd go to like all the cool places of the world and just be like a virtual tourist and like look around at the Eiffel Tower and Big Ben and like all that shit, the Taj Mahal. Yeah, so they have people who have done like 3D um 3D cameras there. So you can look around and see what that shit's like. And I would do that and I would um so like the things that I really wanted to do with it were like watch movies and stuff. But if you ever go to those websites where you can stream free movies, it's like a ton of pop-ups, like thousands of pop-ups, and so that kind of becomes difficult. I watched YouTube on it, but I remember being like, I kind of like, I kind of wanted to perhaps maybe use my phone at times. So then I have to pull the thing down and look at my phone or whatever. Um, the thing that was best in it was porn, without a doubt. Is it so good though that I will get it out of storage, charge it, make sure that the battery's going on? No, it's not like that. Um, but when I did use it, it was fucking amazing. Yeah, it definitely was cool. The other thing is they didn't have the same amount of porn in it that like if you really want to be immersive in it, they do make that kind of porn, but it's like not that varied. Um, and you can just watch two dimensional, but it's um, not. It's just like looking at it like really close to your eyes. Oh, I know why I have a big issue with it as well. I wear glasses, and I can't wear glasses when I'm wearing that. Yeah, I mean, I could, yeah, but um, it's like a thing. Like, do I want to waste an entire pair of contacts just to fucking watch porn? I feel like an absolute degenerate if I'm doing that. Um, so
And the doctor's like, oh, finally making the move to content.
Yeah, I mean,
After all these years.
yeah. Is it something that I would buy again? Yeah, it was worth it. Like at the time, $200. I was really surprised at how cheap it was. It was like 199 or something when I bought it. And again, this was like 7 years ago.
Shows how much Apple's scamming people.
Oh, that now that's a big thing. I mean, Meta, which usually is going to scam as many people as possible, had a cheaper product, but it was, or I should say, a less expensive product, but it was really, really cool. Um,
I thought Facebook bought Oculus
they did.
to, I mean, that if they own Oculus, they have two goggles then, the Oculus, Apple Vision,
No,
I guess.
Apple and Facebook are separate companies. You know this.
Oh yeah, my bad. Yeah, it's late.
You're good.
I gotta go sleep, so I'll talk to you later.
All right. Hey, in all seriousness, I hope you feel better, and I hope you don't throw up anymore. And I hope that guy gets to the United States and is able to save his family. And I hope that other guy writes his book. And I hope Zoot gets his mental stability down. And I hope that you continue with your quest and achievement, really, of being the new William Montgomery fan in this call. Night, baby. Peace, baby. Peace.
Sure enough, fucking like 5 weeks later, he's in the house. Fuck, man. No way he should be fucking able to wrestle.
There are guys like that in the world, and people need to know. You need to know there's levels to everything. And there's levels to mental strength. There's levels to guys who just will go, and it's really kind of a crying shame. Look, he had an amazing career in WWE. He's loved by everyone. Everybody loves him. That's great. But it's kind of sucks that people don't know, like, at real wrestling.
Yeah.
I was the shit.
God.
He was the shit. He was so good and small for a heavyweight.
He was he was always undersized.
Yeah.
But it's like the years that I beat him, and then 95 when we wrestled in the Freestyle Nationals, and I beat him four times in a row. Until exhaustion, and then I trained.
Yeah.
You know, it's like that's how because at one point when Kurt and I were competing against each other, like 93, 94, I just was bigger, stronger, and I could just defend his attacks.
Frustrating the Olympics with broken.
Yeah, fuck, man.
Broken neck.
Come on. I was there at Nationals when he literally hit the mat, and I'm like literally I watched when his neck broke at Freestyle Nationals, and he got hit with an arm spin, and he gets arm thrown, and his head gets almost like separated. It was nasty, and I'm in the stands going, oh fuck, he's not gonna be in the trials. Like there's no fucking way he's gonna be in the trials. And sure enough, fucking like 5 weeks later, he's in the trials. Fuck, man. There's no way he will wrestle.
There are guys like that in the world, and people need to know. You need to know there's levels to everything. There's levels to mental strength. There's levels to guys who just will go, and it's really a crying shame. Look, he had an amazing career in WWE. He's loved by everyone. That's great. But it's kind of sucks that people don't. I was the shit. God, he was the shit. He was so good and small for a heavyweight.
He was always undersized.
Yeah.
But it's like the years that I beat him in 95 when we wrestled in the Freestyle Nationals, and I beat him four times in a row at that point. So we wrestled in the 95 Freestyle Nationals, and I get a hold of him for the first time, and something was different. I was like, oh fuck, like wrestling going, oh man, something's different with Kurt, and he ends up beating him in the Freestyle Nationals in 95, and I'm like, oh fuck. There was just something different. I'm like, because he could stay on and attack longer, He was stronger. He had a gear that I didn't fucking have. Like I go, oh fuck. Like looking back on it, I'm going, oh shit, I totally missed that. Like most guys at 220 pounds, when you're wrestling at, they would have these attacks that they would initiate. It's like grab a hold of you, hold on to you, and then initiate an attack. Kurt was constantly probing and attacking, which was happening to being lighter. Yes. Yeah. And lighter and quicker. But still wicked. Oh my god, he could still get in. So it's these attacks that he just sustained, and he just wear you out of position. So just constant attack. And all of a sudden it was just this little angle that he was hunting for the whole time. And then he hits that attack and fucking takes it down. You're like, fuck. Fuck. It's just, there's levels of drive. There's levels of discipline. There's levels of will. There's levels of wanting something. And that's what scares people, I think. That's why people get really terrified of like truly special athletes, because they don't want to know how lazy they really are. I think it's one of the things that drives people nuts about seeing like some insanely disciplined, like elite top chain grappler, striker, or whatever it is, MMA fighter, because it's like you don't want to know that someone's willing to work that much harder than you are. Never happened. Did you ever have it at anything? That's, I mean, Kurt was one of the guys where I was like, fuck, there's another tier. Yeah, I thought it was pretty fucking hard. That's what's crazy. Is we're kind of seeing that we've had this conversation recently in regards to Marab, because we're saying, okay, is Marab just physically gifted? Because I think Kane had some sort of a genetic advantage with cardio. Because DC would talk about how he would take 3 months off and come back in the gym and fuck everybody up. With like cardio, somebody that size, it's an anomaly. It's an anomaly. But Marab swears that when he's young, he had bad cardio. He said, I smoked cigarettes. I can't imagine it. So he's like Sakuraba smoking cigarettes. He said he didn't take care of himself at all. And it's just hard work and discipline. And then, so I have a bunch of friends who do 100-milers, real good friends with my friend Pains. And Cam, he just did a 100-miler like 2 weeks before we went elk hunting. Like he does 100-milers all the time. He's done a 240. What is it? The Bigfoot 240? Is that what it is? He's done a bunch of these through the mountains with thousands of feet of elevation and decline. He's done a bunch of these that are 200 plus miles. God, and you gotta build up to that. But once you get to that, if you're sustaining it, you can do those things. So he does those things on a regular basis. He does multiple ones a year. So that you didn't used to think that was possible. They used to say that if you ran a marathon, like you were destroyed for like 2 weeks. No, he was running a marathon a day while he worked a full-time job. So he was getting up in the morning at dark. He was running 13 miles. He was going to work. During his lunchtime, he would eat. After lunch, after work, he runs another 13 fucking miles. He would be one where I wouldn't want to look at it because I think I'm lazy. That's the thing. That's why there's a thing about, like, I think I'm lazy and I love him. He's my friend, so I think I'm lazy, but I just want to watch what he's doing. And Goggins is another one. Yeah, and Goggins is even more insane because he ain't doing it for nothing. He's not prepared for elk hunting. He rarely even competes in races, but yet he's doing the level of cardio where he brings world champions like Israel Adesanya comes to train with him, and he's throwing up in a bucket. He can't keep up. And Goggins is 50. Oh my God, he's 50. Wow. How old is Goggins? 50. 50. He's had 2 terrible knees. He's had many knee surgeries. His knees are destroyed, and he does not give a fuck. He forces them to work. Golly. So again, this is like, that's a level which is just exceptional. Yeah. There's just a weird level. It is, because it's a pocket. It's just a pocket of people that have that. There's only a handful. There's only a handful. So like that, it's not just that. He broke the world record chin-up competition once. Like he's done a ton of things that are just like physically insane. You know, he was a smoke jumper. He didn't even tell anybody about it. He did it just because it was hard. This is why he's famous. This is why he's famous. They take him up in a helicopter, you get fucking parachuted and fight forest fires. Because it was hard to do. I'm not shitting you, man. He sent me a photo once. He texted me a photo of a grizzly bear track. And he goes, we just landed near this. I mean, it's a fucking track like that big. And he's out there with a backpack and a fucking shovel fighting fires. And only because it's hard. He's a multi-millionaire. He's a multi-millionaire who's getting parachuted to fight fires. And here's the thing, man. If I didn't talk about it, maybe in that school, people wouldn't even know. You have to know that. Maybe he doesn't want people to know. They need to know that. That's fucking insane. That's like one of those where it's like, the wiring that exists in him, it doesn't happen by chance. That's you have this genetic ability. He was fat when he was young. He was lazy. He was drinking milkshakes. He talks about it openly. So the first time he decided to enlist, when he went to go running, he couldn't run around the block. He was totally out of shape. He has photos of it. It shows you this is like, no, I make myself this. So this is my thinking about fighting. We just accepted that you can't really fight full blast for 5-minute rounds? Or is it that no one has built themselves up to a level where you can? Like when you were talking about Kurdia and gear, or with the gear that Marab is clearly on right now, or Hamza, there's that gear. Yeah. What if we're gonna push that sprint for 5 minutes. Like there's a few flyweights that can do that. Yeah. Like Pantoja can kind of sprint for 5 minutes. So they'll eventually be a fighter that can do that. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And because it's just one word, like I was saying, from where I started from 25 years ago, and the training methods and how archaic they were, and how little knowledge was out there. Right. Now knowledge is advancing at such a rapid rate, and they're understanding how to recover. Yeah. Understanding all these different factors that just weren't there. Yeah. And if you added a bunch of stuff like hyperbaric fingers, all these guys have access to hyperbaric fingers and training with oxygen chain like that. There's levels and levels that can be. You just have to be a complete fucking psycho and go through all the levels. Yeah. And get like Donkey Kong. Like make sure all your electrolytes, everything throughout the day. Have your sleep environment perfect. Wear a mask. I'm telling you, there's guys out there that'll do it. Yeah. Well, they have to if that's where you get the edge. Right? Yeah. I mean, it's becoming to a point now where the financial benefit is worth the sacrifice, right? Yes. That you'll end up going, okay. Because what started happening when I was fighting is that once the financial piece started getting in there, it started attracting more talent. Right. So that talent, it brings the level of everything up. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, it's like a little bit more money, talent that could have maybe went to something else. They're going, no, I'm going to go do this because I can make money. Yeah, this is the thing, right? If you're a young kid and you're really good at baseball, but you also like jiu-jitsu and MMA, and you have an amateur fight maybe, and you think about what you're going to do in your career, you can be so rich playing baseball. Oh, God, you can be so rich. If you're really good at baseball, you get rich as fuck, and nobody's trying to kill you. Yeah. Nobody's trying to beat you over the head with elbows. Yeah. Nobody's taking you down in front of everybody and humiliating you. Why not? That's a fight ball. Seriously, I fucking play baseball on RV, man. Like, yeah. So that problem with MMA is like you hear like, what is it to fight in the UFC? Like, what is the bottom scale? What's like the lowest contract that you get in the UFC in 2012. And this is not even saying that they deserve more because this is just how the sport works. Yeah. And it's way better in the UFC, by the way, than it is in boxing. When you watch a boxing card, most of the money's at the top. Yes. There's very little spread out. Yeah. There's guys that fight in the UFC undercard that make excellent money. But when you first start, you don't. I think it's like, damn, it's one of those things where it's like what I expected, like start at Microsoft, right? Yeah. And going, I get $1 million a year. Fuck no. You work your way into, and that's one of the things about the sport. As long as it has the opportunity to let somebody grow into it, it still gives them financial incentive to grow into it, right? And just one where it's like I would expect, like, hey, I'm a good fighter, pay me $1 million. It's like, oh, that's not how fucking works. So I wouldn't say $1 million, but wouldn't you say, like, let's make this argument. You think that for young, struggling fighters, if they got paid more for fights, they could put together better camps. They could get better recovery and nutrition, have less stress, and be able to perform better so it would make the product better. So here's where my career transitioned internally funding. My first 4 fights, I was using that money to get to the next fight, And I was letting it in Japan, enough money for the fight that the next day I woke up and I was a professional fighter. Because it was the only thing I had to do was train the fighter. What was the biggest check you got in Japan? A little over $500,000. Dang, yeah. Here's what's fucked up about it, right? So at my first couple times over there, like I put, like first time I put 40,000 in one cowboy boot with 2 socks. I put 40,000 in the other cowboy boot with 2 socks. I'm serious. It was straight out of the fucking cartoon. It's how you got paid. Because the next day, you would go into a room, and you literally would have a room. You'd have an adjacent room, some Japanese guys in black suits smoking, and then you'd have this room, which is where you get paid. They had these, suitcases that had your pay. You could choose your currency, right? I paid American dollars. So they have your contract, slide your contract over, and they go, okay, this fight you get paid, this is dollar amount, blah, blah, and they would literally take it out, count it, you would sign on it, and then they would just hand you the cash. And the first time they ever did that, I'm like, it's $150,000 in cash, and I'm like, I'll be right back. I go to the bedroom it's in the hotel room, and I grab the fucking case to the pillow, and I go over and I just scrape some fucking money, put it in the pillowcase, and I go, okay, thank you. Go ahead out. I don't know what to fucking do. I'm like down in the elevator, like fucking home for money. I don't know what to fucking do. It's a grand like, I don't know what to fucking do. Big giant guy, 150 grand. No, it's not, man. It's like, what did they expect you to do with it? Any advice on how to get it out of the country? Oh, no, it was your responsibility. Oh my God. So literally, I'm like, oh fuck, man, I get on it. And like in my head, I'm playing all these movies, right? Like on this movie, got caught at the border. And I'm like, fuck, I know that's gonna be this one. It's like, so I ended up fucking just going, oh, cowboy boots, tube socks, like fucking 40 grand in one boot, 40 grand in the other, put it in fucking, like walk and like, clear, just like walk through, but realizing that eventually when I claimed money, they hand a claim form, and they go, okay, okay, thank you, have a good day. Oh, you just have to claim it? Yeah, they want to send it, that receipt to the Oh, so when you go through customs, I thought it was just a function of not being able to take that much cash. So when you declare it, there's that situation too, right? But when someone's going to go, I guess back then, could you even no, you couldn't even YouTube yourself. No, you can't say, look, this is me, man. I just won. Look, aren't I awesome? Exactly. This is how I really did. Right back then, it was hard to get. Oh my God! You know what? The example I give is like the corner video store next to the shutters. Where all the porn was. Yep. Right next to that was the VHS tapes. Everybody can hear what you went through during servers. You gotta go see Face the Death. Face the Death. That was right. Literally, those were the UFC tapes. Those were the pride tapes. I remember I was living in Hollywood. I just moved there. It was when UFC 2 was available on VHS. Yeah. So I'd heard about UFC 1, but I didn't see it. And then UFC 2, I rented it from one of those video stores. Like, holy shit, they did it. I couldn't believe it. Like, holy shit, they did it. Because this was always the dream. This was literally Bruce Lee's conversation. Bruce Lee's conversation wasn't his whole like sticking to your style. Now you were like a trainer if you left certain kung fu styles, certain karate styles. He was the first guy to say, no, use what's useful. Put it all together. Judo, Jingle Bell, hang out with. Chuck Norris, hang out with. All these other. That was the first thing. I like the symbol kind of for a dragon, right? Bruce Lee was never the dragon. The dragon is all these parts to make one mythical thing. Yes. And that's that era of the dragon. That's that. Bruce Lee was the first one to make people realize it. He was the first one to go, fuck, this is incomplete. Exactly. And it's so fortuitous that he ran into Judo Jingle Bell. Yeah. Because I think once you grapple with that guy, you're like, oh my God, I'm fucking helpless. And then it's just like, oh, this is super important. Yeah. Because like Gene was one of the first guys to ever have like a mixed fight. So there was a guy who was a boxer and he had a judo gi on. And he chases the guy and gets the guy to a grappling exchange and his strength on. But he had like a boxer versus Gene. You never saw that? No. See if you can find it, Jim. I want to say it's in the way back 60s. So this is going to be way back when he was. So this is Mark Coleman and I did a clinic in North Carolina. That was a Judo Jingle Bell clinic that he brought us in for. What year is it? 63. Oh my God. So Lilo Savage. So the boxer looks like he's okay. I remember it wrong. The boxer's bare knuckle, and he made him wear a judo gi, though, which someone said, fuck you, I'm not wearing this gi. He probably doesn't understand that that's a weapon. Oh my God. What happened? We didn't see him take him down. Oh, did they show him take him down? Oh my God. Don't skip through it. Let's see the technique. Because once he grabbed right here it is. So Milo throws him, but that's it. So once Gene's got a hold of it, it's over. It's fucking Phil. I mean, you don't know what that even feels like until you feel it. Oh my God. So I you give it a shot. Oh my God. He's just putting him to sleep in a power choke. Oh my God. Yeah, he's oh my God. He's just mangling him. Oh my God. And Gene is his style was very, very brutal. Oh, like he had almost like catch wrestling base submission. He had a lot of like very, very painful moves that he would do on you. Oh my God. Can you imagine just not understanding what you're agreeing to? No, I just got choked on punches. No, I mean, you can't know until it happens. I mean, I don't know how much cross-training people did. I bet he probably thought I was going to go in there and use my boxing. Yeah, and then be good. Oh my gosh. It's just, you don't know until you know. And then you go, wow. But it's just so wild that even at the highest levels, like the level you were wrestling at, a guy like Kurt Angle can go, let's check it out. Yeah. And that's the crazy part. You always find, like being a fan of MMA and UFC and watching it, there's always an outlier, right? Always an outlier that you go, that doesn't make sense. How does it get to there? Yep. Right? And that's like, fuck, he's just found a new way to do it. He's found a new gear. He's found a new, way to just go, okay, this is what I'm going to do. It's like a David Goggins thing. I'm just going to run 125 miles. Yeah, and to be able to maintain that drive, that's what's probably one of the hardest things. Because you have to have almost no rest. You're maintaining an insane drive for years and years and years. While sharks are nipping at your ankles. Because they're all coming up. Yeah, all chasing. Yeah. And everybody's scared. Well, I just tell my fucking training partner, I go, fuck, the getting there, that's one thing. Fucking staying there, that's the secret. Yeah. It's so hard to stay at that level because everybody else is building on your experience, right? They're going, well, this is what he did. This is what he's incorporated. These are the things he's doing. I'm just going to build on it. Yeah. Savage had brass knuckles on his gloves. Oh, what? Yeah, so, you couldn't punch or tackle, you couldn't kick or tackle. In exchange for that, Savage offered to wear a judo gi. A judo gi? Oh, sorry, Alice. Yeah, no, it's a judo gi. That's it. Well, okay, so in the parent belief that the bell was a karateka. So that's interesting. So he made a rule that Gene couldn't kick him. So because he thought he was going to use it, couldn't tackle him, and he couldn't take him. So tackles were takedowns under the waist. So you had to only hip toss him or only drag him to the ground. Everything had to be above waist. So that's kind of silly. It's really silly because it's one of those things where it's like Greco. Yeah. You're doing like Greco. Yeah. $1,000 bet. Wow. This is way ahead of its time. I wonder if the brass knuckles thing is true. According to LaBelle, he was a motherfucker. Ahead of his time. Yeah. And again, that fortuitous meeting, him and Bruce Lee getting together, where Bruce Lee was like, the most famous martial arts, the guys turning people on to most open mind, and had this philosophy of using everything that's useful, and then meets this guy. It's like, oh, here it is. He would have loved him, and oh my God, he would be at every fight. Yeah, that's one of those things where again, it's just somebody getting ahead of their time. Way ahead of and stuff. But not just that, but like the first guy that became a world famous martial arts person. Like there was no real world famous martial arts people before Bruce Lee. I mean, you'd have to be into martial arts to know about martial arts. Yeah, but Bruce Lee, like everybody knew Bruce Lee. Yeah. Changed martial arts, like igniting martial arts all over the world. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where I look back on it and I've read like part of the history and stuff, and you understand obviously way better than I do, but you know, like ahead of his time, just like when Gracie came along, ahead of his time, you know, in presenting something where he's knocking down all these stereotypes. Yeah, and they have rigid stereotypes back then. You'd have to like get in gang fights to protect the style that you were like. Do you know, like, so I started training at Beverly Hills Jiu-Jitsu, right, in California. I remember that spot. So Boss would have me out there. Bobby Rubin is the guy that owned it. And I would go out there and I would teach wrestling a couple days out of the week. It's how I got introduced to the Boss. All like Dark Marco who was the major league. So they were training out of there as well. So you would get these guys, jiu-jitsu guys, that would sit on the outside, wait until the other students were gone, draw all the lines, lock the doors, and go, "Can you teach us wrestling?" Because they were so afraid that if they got caught there with me, it was like a trainer. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, that's hilarious. So you would get like, that's so crazy. It was one of the, it didn't make any sense to me because you would figure sharing information would be better. And it was like, no. Jiu-jitsu, we're not sharing shit. You can't participate. You can't. It was so fucking archaic. Like the outlook, and it's like looking back on it, going, God, like, wow, that's dogma. That's like this, like nerd. It's weird. Yeah. They didn't all have that. No, they did. There's some guys who were open to teaching people everything. But there was definitely some schools for a while that were holding back techniques. 100%. Like I remember when Royce Gracie, one of my friends said that when Royce Gracie caught Dan Severn in a triangle, that he asked his instructor to show it to him. He's like, "You're not ready for that. I'm not going to show you that." I'm like, why don't you just show him something that works? I rewound that tape probably 50 times. I still get, I'm like, what the fuck is he doing? What the fuck is he doing? Like, I can figure it out. Like, what the fuck is he doing? Because all of a sudden, Severn goes from beating the shit out of me, going out, he's fucking tapping out. Yeah, he does. We couldn't believe it. I didn't know if there's a name for it. You could submit a guy off your back. Oh, yeah, like, what the fuck? But if you look at it, like the space where he had Dan's head and arm, yeah, it's like that fucking, like when you're doing a triangle like this, that's not a very big space. Yeah. It's like that fucking Dan, because he's a big dude going, oh, I get it. And your legs, you can hold your legs in place for a long time. Your legs carry you around all day. Oh, that's like, especially if you actually get that foot under the knee, where it's like really locked in, it's not pressing on the end of your foot. You can hold on to that bitch for a long time. Oh my God, and it's like pulling on the fucking, I'm like, pulling on that. Oh, fuck, nuts. Changed everybody. Like, oh my God, you can wait off your back. It literally, I still remember to this day just looking at it with my mouth hanging open, going, I think it was one of the things that made MMA so popular because Royce wasn't a big, like he didn't look like you. Right? It's like if you were dominating everybody, it would be like, Jesus, okay, yeah. Royce was just looked like an athlete. He was like a thin. He was 175 pounds. I just, so you know what's so crazy? I had a conversation with Royce probably about 4 or 5 years ago, and I'd never spoken with him outside of a competition or event or anything like that. I cried. He's such a good, he's a great guy. He's a great guy. Like he was so just like talking to him, and he was just so powerful and so inspirational. And just having this conversation with him was just like amazing. I was just left the conversation on the phone. I went, wow, what a just an amazing human being. Yeah, he's a really good guy and the most important guy ever in terms of like the spread of MMA. He's the most important guy. Oh, prolific. He's the guy when he won the first one, and you looked at the way he did it. Everyone's like, that guy? Yeah. And everyone was like, what's he doing? Yeah. No one knew what it was. What is this stuff he's doing to these people? They changed everything. Yeah. Made everybody instead, because it went from this idea that it was just the most brutal person to win. It was the tank habits, like, but no, there's this one guy, and he's doing everything with technique, and he's not physically imposing at all. And his hands look at me, yes. That's a fella. And where's that fancy key thing? You know? He looks at the key thing. Motherfucker is choking out. God, it was incredible. Watching that for the first time, I said, like, literally, it was like, this is fucking good. Yeah, like, this is, I mean, because you've never seen it before. No, nothing like it. And then the sport exploded. The sport was getting funneled hard back then by all these organizations that didn't want it ever to become sanctioned. Yeah. Because boxing was very threatened by it. Everybody had businesses with people. And then there was so much bullshit that kept it, like, it was out of New York until like 10 years ago. So we were on, me and my brother, we were on our way to see a UFC event in New York, and it got canceled, and it got moved down south. Yes, to Dothan, Alabama. Yes, UFC 12. Yeah, we're on our way to go see it. It was on my way to work at it. Oh my god, that was the first one I was going to work at it. Oh my god. Yeah, it got moved. Yeah, it got moved, and so Eric was like, nope, ain't having it. Well, they kept it out for the longest time, though. There was the guy who was really fighting to keep the UFC out of New York. Eventually got brought up on corruption charges. Oh, yeah. Shocker. Yeah. It was like, it had more to do with like unions and the fact that Zuffa owned it. They also owned hotels. It didn't have unions. Exactly. Oh, yeah. So there was a lot going on. A lot that makes I went to the first sanction. The UFC flew me out to go to in New Jersey. And they had their main card in New Jersey. Their first big event that was sanctioned by the New Jersey Boxing Commission with Tito, and they flew me out to that event. Oh wow, yeah, flew me out to that event. And actually, this is at the time they offered me to fight. After that, they offered me to fight Pete Williams. And it was one of those where they go, yeah, we're offering to fight Pete Williams. You might have to take a little bit of pay cut, but you have to believe in what we're doing. And I'm like, okay, what's the pay cut? They're like, we'll give you like an advance fee of like $15,000 to fight. 15 grand to show up. And then it would be doubled if I won. And I'm like, I'm making, a lot more in Japan. Like, why would I go do that?
Yo, what up, Henry? You little bitch.
Terrible offer. That's one of the worst offers I've ever heard. And it's one where the whole idea behind it would be, hey, if you believe in this and you believe in the direction you're going, look, we just got sanctioned in New Jersey, right? Yeah. So that's the steps we're taking to move this to Vegas and to do this. And one is like, like most fighters, it's like I have X amount of fights and I don't have more. Right. I only have X. So that would have been one off X number. Right. And I'm like, oh man, I can't do it. And they only asked once. At that time, the UFC was like, we're going to ask once. And that's it. Okay. Yeah. So just leave that alone. Just leave that one alone. That one's one of like, okay. Yeah. Why not? Why not ask me a second time? Why would you negotiate? If you were at Pride then, right? So like, what year are we talking about? 2002. Okay, so this was the UFC was still hemorrhaging money. Yeah. Still that crazy. Hemorrhaging money was still. Oh gosh, and it should have failed. It could have. I mean, anybody else was in charge of it. Yeah, anybody else was in charge. Yeah. Because that's crazy. They had no idea how much money you were making. Oh, they had no clue. That's so. You know what's crazy with Japan? Here's what I ended up doing. I said, listen. They said, what do you need? And I said, I need consistency. I go, okay, what does that look like? And I said, pay me X dollars per month. And then every time I fight, pay me a bunch sometimes. And I go, okay, how much do you need? And I said, okay, I need this amount per month. And I go, okay. And that was just another stabilizing thing where I knew that every month I had X amount of dollars coming in, that I can pay my bills, I can do my stuff and not worry about that, because it allowed me to transition to, like, it's not a hobby, right? I'm not like fighting and then I go to work You know, it's like this is what I do for a living.
Yeah, that was the point of thinking about money investment, like by giving them more money, they get better camps.
Yeah.
The product would be better.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't like to think of people's products, but the show, the program that you're.
Yeah.
Now I guess you don't have to pay for it. You can just pay for the subscription to Paramount, which is pretty badass.
Yeah.
You don't have to pay for a pay-per-view every time. But yeah.
Come on. Bitch. Come on.
is elite athletes. Elite athletes. In order to get elite athletes, they need funding, right? They need tools. The only way they can get tools is through money. Better coaches, better recovery facilities. And I don't know the
Let me ask you this: if you were like looking, like say if your son wanted to start fighting or someone wanted to look to you for, would you, if you're giving a young fighter advice, would you say go right into the UFC, or would you say no? The best case scenario is go into another organization like the PFL, build your style up, and build it up on maybe a little slightly lower level of competition, although not necessarily.
Yeah,
Still elite guys.
submission grappling. I literally goes to fundamentally you need to build a base of what you're going to do, right? So submission grappling, ADCC, as a young kid, like 16, 17-year-old kid, even 18, 19, 20-year-old kid, I go, you need submission grappling because you can participate in those at a competitive level. It teaches you how to compete. It teaches you how to prepare to compete, right? And it teaches you without the impact of striking and punching, cheating, all of it. So that's like the first foundational piece. And this is just my opinion, right? Foundational is like if you have to have a mechanism out there which allows you to compete without having the physical impact. So that would be the first thing, like submission grappling, ADCC stuff, all of that really to compete. And it starts building that base. And then you start adding pieces and going, okay, I understand this. Let's add the striking components into it now. And let's do these little like PFLs, or let's do this, let's do that. And it just allows you to build out something where you're not just throwing into the fire because that shit doesn't work. I mean, the fighters have become so good now that you can't just throw somebody in there because you get fucked up, it may fuck your confidence up, and I'm done.
You could definitely reach an opponent that you shouldn't be reaching.
Yeah, for sure.
I wonder that if you build yourself up in another organization, then obviously you have at least a name, and the hardcore fans know who you are.
Yeah.
So like Rainier de Ritter, who's elite right now. I say middleweight, but I can't believe he's really a middleweight. He's so fucking big, but he's a fantastic grappler. But he was already a champion in one. So he's a champion in ONE FC, and then when he comes over to America and starts fighting for the UFC, people are already hyped for him. So he's like immediately getting tossed in there with Kevin Holland, and immediately getting tossed in there with like very elite fighters. And so, like, maybe there's an argument for if you were like managing a fighter, saying like, don't just if you fight well in the UFC, you might be 3 fights in the waters that you really can't swim in.
Yeah,
because the level gets high very fast.
It does.
Maybe you'd be better off getting a few years in at a different level of competition to really tighten your skills up and make sure that when you finally do.
You've been bringing for this. You see when a young fighter, when he clicks and he gets it, and he understands how to compete at that level, it's brilliant.
It's amazing.
Like watching it, you're like, oh my god, he's in there. Oh my god, it gives me goosebumps to think about it because it's that moments that I can look at and go, oh fuck.
And it's beautiful creation. It's like a testament to the amount of hours worked. Like it better than anybody alive. When you see someone perform at like a super elite championship level, you go, you know how hard that motherfucker had to work to get to what you're seeing right now.
It's even, and this just brought us up just as a thing, like DJ playing me in the movie, you just don't get there.
Right.
It doesn't happen by magic.
Right.
That's fucking work.
And for him, a lot of fucking work.
Oh my god,
You became you. Like, you got all of your mannerisms like down. Not like a simile, facsimile, like creepy down.
Like he said he fucking walks like me. He got my little fucking walk. I'm like, get the fuck
like you, man.
I'm like, where do you hire a walk coach?
But the crazy thing is, like, that story was made for him.
Yeah.
That was made for him. Because you have to be that big to sell that.
Yeah.
And you can't get that big that quick.
It should take you forever. So we were talking about this the other day with DJ is that like there's like through the history of like movie makers or actors that are like I'm getting big and they go Ben and Jerry's ice cream, and then there's like watching the whole transition of what DJ was doing and how he's like, well, I just don't need to be big because that's one thing I need to be big but put on quality of what I'm doing, and so it's these fast twitch. It's like a wrestler, fast twitch fighters. You look at him and go, once he get big, he put on some muscle for what he was doing, and to be able to go through everything and understand going, he secluded himself. He literally locked himself away for 11 weeks up in Vancouver and did bring his family up, which I guess he normally does. He just went through training camp. Jesus. Like going, fuck. Okay. Like every day, same routine, get up, same routine, do this. I was up in fight week, got all of this stuff, guys. All like this is foundationally because I'm not gonna teach wrestling 25 years wrestling in fucking a month, right? Or 2 weeks or a week or an hour. It's like, okay, but let's get foundational pieces, right? Because the people are gonna watch you, they can look at the film and tell whether you put the work in or not. Right. Especially someone like you. Oh God, yeah. It was one where that was the biggest deal for Benny is to be able to shoot these scenes without the stunt double. Going how because it just detracts from what he's trying to do as a filmmaker. Right. How do you shoot this whole entire well, I'm gonna give DJ foundational pieces of like changing it level for a double. Here's where you get and like certain foundational pieces you have to have in them. Like I told them, once you get to a certain point, everything from that point on is your own. It's like when you watch wrestlers going, oh, he changes his level, and then all these little nuances, that's individual. That's individualized. Like Michael Jordan, it's like the structure for a jump shot's the same, right? But all these little nuances of like how to get to the position in the jump shot, that's Michael Jordan. So I go like when I shoot a double leg, like lower your level, that's foundational, fundamental, right? It's like attacking without my arms out and tight, that's fundamental. But once I hit the person with the attack, right, double leg, everything from that point going on is my own. Whether I tip him this way, tilt him this way, run him forward, run him backwards, sit down, change him. It's all these little nuances. I go, we need to do foundational in there, guys. So it was a lot of work for him to get to that foundational point. And once he got there, it was like, okay. It looked very nice. The fight scenes were excellent. Yeah. It looked really well done to the point where it looked like the historical fight. Yeah, they did. And again, this is Benny, just like him and how he wanted to shoot it. And I really appreciate that because it's like that's hard to do. It's hard to really capture. Like you watch a documentary or a docudrama rather on a person's real life, and that person's a famous person like yourself, and I've seen you compete for decades. And like I've seen it. I remember those fights. They got it real close, man. So I'm like, wow, yeah, this is it's really well done, and it also like it looks realistic. It doesn't look, sometimes fights look a little corny. Oh my God, that was the one thing we were talking about. There's always going to be a space for a Rocky fight, right? Literally nothing wrong with Rocky. Nothing wrong at all, but that's not the film they were shooting. They were shooting like this is how do we create something that pays homage to you, and something you can build off of, and somebody can look at it, go, oh wow. I think it's important if we're talking about Rocky, though. We have to say Rocky 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whatever the fuck they got. Like Rocky 1 is real. Oh my God. I literally ever in the theater and we're watching it, and just like as a kid, watching it, I'm like, I wanted to be Rocky too. I drank a raw egg and I ran around the block. So it's like, oh yeah, 100%. You're like, holy shit. That was a great movie. And they tried to push him out. They didn't want him to play the lead. He wrote that movie. My God, he won an Oscar for that, right? Yeah, it's a great movie, and it's a weird movie. It is. Because that's the kid classic underdog. Yeah, overachiever, but he doesn't win. There are guys like that, man. And that's what's crazy. There's guys that are hyper fucking talented, but for whatever reason, they just never. Buster Douglas. Yeah, oh my God, yeah. Buster Douglas. Yeah. Buster Douglas got it together for one fight against Mike Tyson and pieced him up. And did it autistically. Yeah. He was hitting the
jab followed by a left hook, just wow, wow. It was beautiful. The movement. Wasn't that in Tokyo? I believe it was. Yeah, Tokyo, no. Yeah, I believe you're right. Yeah. That was one of the craziest. Yeah. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that. Because his mom had died. Yeah. And he just got it together for this one fight. Wow. And this was one fight he showed everybody what he had. Yeah. It was amazing. Never to be repeated. Never. And then Holyfield knocked him out the next fight. Yeah, gosh, yeah. But like that one fight, man, he got it together and you go, wow. So there's guys like that out there that are supremely talented, but for whatever reason they just never sustain, never keep it together. It's a mental thing. I mean, all of it is, right? I mean, just like you're saying, like the outliers, it's a mental thing that they have at a level or a tier they can get to. Yeah, everybody else just can't. It has to be, or there's got to be something they're doing that's so different, and everybody's trying to figure it out. Like, what is he doing? Yeah, what is it? It seems to boil down to almost always dedication. Like, how dedicated are you to it, and are you so dedicated that you're really willing to objectively look at what you do good and what you're not so good, and change that, and fix it, and really tighten down your diet, and really, get religious with yourself. That's the ability to be able to be just have this self-perspective, right? This in-depth honesty, because a lot of it, like, I literally before Chris Gamble was talking about, I thought I was training fucking hard. I thought like I'm training fucking hard, and he just grabbed me by the hand and goes, "No, let me show you what hard is," right? And so it was this routine where it's like, in college, my senior year, 6 a.m. I get up, he'd pick me up, and I wouldn't be a minute late. I had a chair that I put next to me to work that I slept in for the last, because one time being late, he just throttled me, and I'm like, I ain't never having it. I ain't fucking having it again, man. I slept in the chair next door, you're like, all right, fucking, because he would just give 2 beeps, beep, beep, and like, all right, I'm up, it's fucking out the front door. We go to the gym, we train in the morning, so we do wrestling drills, stuff like that, and then we do cardio, strength. He would go to work, he was a full-time attorney, he'd go to work all day. I would start practicing with the wrestling team, warm up, and then wait for him to get off from work, 5 o'clock, and then we'd train for a couple hours, and then get up and repeat. But it's this level of intensity, but everything had intention. There wasn't anything that was left without intent. Right. From how we drill, how we train, everything was very focused and intentional. It wasn't anything like, I'm going to do this today. It's like, everything has intention. This is why you're doing this. This is why you're doing that. This is why you're doing this. And that's the difference. That's the difference. Yeah. Is this thing you're doing has intention for an end goal. Yeah, that's Gordon's belt. When Gordon trains 365 days a year, he doesn't take any days off unless he's injured. And if he's injured, he'll still be on the mats watching. He watches everybody. He says that I'm still thinking about jiu-jitsu. And it's not just training like hard sparring. It's going over technique, going over counters, tape study, all that. And that is somebody who's living their life intentional, right? Everything has a purpose. Everything. And it's why he's been able to do what he's been able to do. I mean, I looked at it going, if he existed when I was doing ATC, I would have never wanted to do it. It's just a different level, and that's a skill set. I had wrestling, but he's got a skill set that incorporates that plus 20 things more. And it's not because he gives you the formula. He's like, how much you want to do it? No. And he just says it with confidence. He goes, I put out all my videos out there for free. Come on. I mean, that's fucking funny, though. I mean, he puts techniques up all the time, shows you how to do stuff. And he sells how many makes millions just selling his merchandise. That's how much he knows about jiu-jitsu. Oh my god. And he's only 30. Yeah. And everybody considers him the greatest of all time. It's crazy. It's funny that you brought this up. So when DJ and I connected again in 2023 when this got kicked off, that green light for the film, he sent me this picture. like, then he had found them and sent them to DJ. He's like, study him. So it's this videotape series that I did for people. So this is one of these secrets. Oh my God, it's more than finding techniques. And so DJ sends me this picture, and it was fucking. I was literally like, okay, I'm in. Dude, look at the size of you. You look like a superhero. Oh, dude, I had such. This is. I call it phone booth fighting, right? Like I get in a very small space. I can generate a fucking shit ton of power. Oh, dude, you were a shit ton of power. You were a legitimate freak. And I remember like watching you fight the first time. I was like, that's gonna be a real problem. It's one thing that you're giant, but it's also that you got elite wrestling skills on top of that. Like, oh shit, yeah, this might be a problem. Yeah, all these dudes in karate gi's, like, god damn. Yeah, oh my gosh, like, oh, dirty my gi. And then the gi, the problem with the gi is like anyone can grab it. Yeah, you know, it makes wrestling easier. If you allowed the gi still, I think there'd probably be a few people that get choked down, but also a lot of people get taken down a lot easier. Yeah, so. You can grab the game. Higgin Machado, I've rolled with him. Right. John Jock and Higgin. And Higgin, it was like giving him an extra set of hands. Yeah. I go up, dude. I literally, so in Torrance, when I trained with him, there's one room and then another room, and there's a door between them. And so he had half of his class kind of all stacked up in the door watching us train. And it was like 5 minutes with McGee, and I just looked at Higgin and I go, I never fucking take the key off, here, have it back. It's like, fuck, it's a weapon. Oh my God. Yeah, it's a weapon. Especially the guys got really good collar chokes. Those guys are terrifying. They get that thumb behind your neck, and you're like, oh, Christ. It was like he was getting me position. He would tie up an arm, like with the key, and I'd be like, fuck, now he's got, like, what the fuck, dude? It's a totally different thing. You have to really be aware of grips. You can't explode your way out of stuff. That's what the argument for the gi is defensively, that you have to get out of every position with technique. You can't just pull your arm out. Your arm's stuck. So you have to figure out the right way to do this. Yeah, where you can't expose yourself because you have too much friction. It's been a minute since I've been at like no friction. I mean, you literally, it's all friction. It's a problem. If you have one, the thing Eddie Bravo always used to say, why would you in that for MMA though? He's like, that would be crazy. That'd be like saying, if you play racquetball, you're going to be better at tennis. Yeah, play tennis. You have to play tennis at an elite level. It should be, all your grips should be based on control of the body, cable grips, and all that. Hooks and overhooks. And like, you can't, because that's the one thing that we saw with a lot of jiu-jitsu guys in the early days. They were so used to grabbing collars and grabbing sleeves that when they went to the ground, they lost 30% of their game. Yeah. And that's the evolution of. It's why, like, foundationally keyless grappling, right? Because it just teaches you fundamentally what you're about to do if you're going to do it. Yes, right. Foundationally, it's like that where you need to start. Yeah, I think so. You know, because even to the point where it's like because you have a lot of wrestling in there, and you have a lot of like my first time at Abu Dhabi, the only thing I could do small moves. Like I didn't like I literally, if I felt uncomfortable, it was these small tiny moves. Right. It wasn't this like explosion because it's like fuck, I don't know what I'm gonna explode into. Right. You know, so it's foundationally it's keys are it's a different sport. It's a totally different sport, but I think there's something to be gained from cross training with the gi. I think the gi is like it's a fun thing to do, and in most street fights, realistic things, you wear clothes, especially if you're fighting in a place that is where people wear winter coats. Oh God, that'll be amazing. The sport is over. So many things to choose from, so much control available. But for if you really ever wanted to think about competing, I would say just go right into wrestling. Wrestling and jiu-jitsu, learn that stuff first. That's foundational. You have to. God, man, I can't believe you've been involved in this. I know, so long. I mean, you're a spectator in history. I know. I feel super lucky. Incredibly fortunate. You know what I felt the most fortunate? During COVID, because everything was locked down. You couldn't do anything, but the UFC was still putting on shows, and you get tested. We got there, everybody's wearing masks, sit down next to each other. But we were in the Apex Center, and I got to watch like world championship fights with no audience. I was like, this is crazy. And there's only one of maybe there's 100 people in the whole world that are getting to watch these fights. Like we saw Steve fight Francis Ngannou. Francis beat him for the world title. There's no one in that room. Wow, it's crazy to watch. If you watch it today, it's such a weird video because it's an elite performance by Francis in his prime, where he's like seeking destroy, going after Steve patient. You know, it's when DC started calling him patient Francis. Yeah, there's no crowd, and it's kind of eerie. Wow, it's eerie because when he KOs him, and you hear people go, "Oh God!" It's like people kind of freaked out. Wow, that's unique. It's very unique, and I was like, "Wow, there's so few people that get to be here." Oh my gosh! Yeah. While this fight is happening, like Justin Gaethje fought Tony Ferguson. Oh my God! In an empty arena. Wow, the arena was completely empty. It was only the UFC crew walking around with the. There was no crowd. Wow. And if you watch that today, it's bizarre. So I even thought, like, my first fights in Japan, how quiet the crowd was. But not that quiet. There was no one there. The Justin Gaethje Tony Ferguson fight, there might have been, I don't know, 100 people, 200 people in the whole fucking arena. It was nuts. It was like totally quiet. It was eerie because you heard the slaps of the punches and kicks way different. Oh, I bet. Because there's no people cheering. Because there's always people cheering. Yeah. It's always this background noise in the UFC, like, yeah. And you hear thuds and stuff, and I hear it a little better than most people because I'm wearing the headphones and the microphones are in the. But you don't hear it like you hear it when there's an empty arena. Wow. There's an empty arena. So I need to go back and watch it. Oh shit! Yeah. Oh my God. So I've sat there with a group of people that did like somebody kicking your chin on chin, and just me, nobody in the room getting it, but me going, oh, like how I don't care, like I don't care that fucking hurt. That hurt. I don't care. You can face that shit off. Oh, dude, it fucking hurt. That's a big fuck you. Like I know that hurt, dude. Yeah. I know that hurt. The COVID times were dark times, but it did make me feel very fortunate to be working with the UFC because to be there live as a person who's like just love this sport since it first started, to be there live while those fights were going on, this is nuts. That is just one of those where again, money can't buy that. I mean, it's just one of those experiences like I've had a couple through this process of filmmaking. Where it's like standing there, like literally, like I'm crying because, like I said, it was at the end of that, it was like therapy. Watching me and literally settling into like, wow, and I was a dick. I just was really hard on everyone around me. And then having Betty next to me, DJ next to me, feeling their emotions and feeling DJ's emotions because they were experiencing anything that I had. Well, I think anybody trying to do what you were trying to do has got to be a bit of a dick. I don't think, as nice as you were always super friendly, you're doing something that's really insane. You're cage fighting for a living in front of the world in your underwear. Yeah. I can't tell people top pants. Fucking not pants. You want to know the truth? Not pants. I mean, you were a human superhero, built like a human superhero, and you're fighting for who the fuck expects you to be normal? No, they do though. That's where I'm like, no, I was a selfish, self-absorbed, and I look at it, I go, okay, all right, I can accept that and understand I was trying to raise everybody up. And if you couldn't give me the fucking program, I didn't have patience for you. When you had gone through, like when you were talking about these camps, and you had gone through the kind of training that's required to reach the level that you had reached, you know what's in there for everybody, and people that don't want to come aboard, you get mad at them. It's like you're gonna hold me back. Yeah, and that's part of it, like understanding, like I just didn't have patience because I didn't have time.
it's understanding like I know that X, I made X amount of fucking fights in me, and I gotta try to maximize, and that's not gonna work, you know, because a lot of that was assembling people that were accountable to me, right? And you know, I can hold people accountable in a certain degree, but at a certain point, it's like, you know, the training partners I had around me, okay, I can help you get to the next level, right? That was kind of the enticement.
Yeah.
You just need to make a commitment to me.
Right.
Make a commitment to me, and I'll give you that little piece that you're missing. You know, and that was kind of the part that I helped. You know, go, okay, my training partners be accountable to me, and I'll help you with that little missing piece out of your profession. You know, and so I just didn't have patience. And it's when we're nice and cordial, all this other stuff. But at the end of the day, I was demanding.
Do you think that maybe that kind of drive played a factor in you having an issue with substances?
Yeah.
Because you just wanted relief.
Yeah.
Maybe relief from the mindset.
Yeah. You know, part of it was that, you know, you almost, like, I was buying into the shit, and I can never be this perfect being that I was trying to be. And so I'm always falling short in that feeling. I'm always falling short in this, just like, you know, I couldn't live to what I thought I needed to live up to. And so that was hiding it. You know, I'm just going to get a little relief from it. It's going to, so I can unlock it.
Right.
You know, and it was just one of those where it started with pain. You know, realistically, it started like, fuck, I'm doing something. Inherently, I'm going to have pain.
Yeah.
You know, and it was this progression from that of like, you know, from pain to, I didn't know what opiate addiction was.
Yeah, in all fairness, I think we should tell people back when this was all going on, the opiate epidemic had not occurred yet, and people did not know. And they were also telling a lot of people they were taking these pain medications and they were not addicted. They are getting which is really crazy.
Which I didn't understand. I didn't understand. Like when I took the level that I took it, trying to stop, I didn't understand what dope sick was. I understand that getting like physically sick because I don't have the substance in my body. Like I would get diarrhea, I couldn't walk from here to the end of the room and not have to sit down for half an hour.
It's almost like a parasite.
It is.
It's almost like a parasite that needs you to keep feeding it to stay alive. It's like, how else could getting poison out of your body be bad?
Yeah.
How nuts is that?
Yeah.
You want it bad, you want to get it, you want to get the poison back in you. Like, what kind of weird
and that
biological mechanism is that?
That crazy part is the first recognition of like that I'm stuck, that I don't know the answer of like, because I'm caught between, you know, like, all right, I'm going through this physical withdrawal and everything else that comes with it, or I'm just going to go seek the thing that's causing me physical withdrawal because it makes me feel better. You know, so you're caught in this just bullshit, right?
And then you go off to something.
Yeah, just that's it. I just need to feel better just a bit. And, you know, so it's one of those where it's like there wasn't the internet back then. I couldn't fucking get out and be like, oh, let's Google something. You know, it's like, wasn't that.
So how did you figure out that, when did you realize, like, I've got a problem?
God, man. I always, from probably age 14, really, and I knew when I first had a drink, that I drank until I was drunk. Like, because that was this taste of Jack Daniels, and I was like, oh, this feels good. It was like not a normal reaction. Looking back on it, so I've always had a propensity towards it. And then, you know, it functions both ways, because I get addicted to the sport, I get addicted to the routine, I get addicted to getting in the ring and taking someone's blow, I get addicted to the crowd, the championship, the congratulations, this, it's like, that's who I am, right? And it's a contributor to my success, but it's also a contributor to my demise. You know, in both ways, it's like, you know, from an early age, I understood, like, hey, you know, this could be a problem, you know, and then when wrestling came along, I didn't drink during wrestling. Like, during that whole season, I didn't drink. You know, in college, I didn't drink. sense of like, oh, that's what
And you keep repeating that term for a good reason. Foundational is everything.
Yeah.
Having like rules and ethics, that's foundational. Having your health, that's foundational.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's one of the understanding, those are the building blocks. Because if I don't have those things in place, nothing else fucking stands up.
Right. Of course.
You know, I mean, it sounds like a duh.
No, but it's an important thing to reiterate because everybody should hear it. You know, it becomes a huge part. It's a huge part. It's it with most things in life. Most things in life, you have to have structure, some kind of structure.
You know, figure out like my son, what makes him function, structure. He's told me this. He goes, shoot that hard. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right. I didn't know.
Hilarious.
Yeah, no,
I'm gonna give you 4 stars, Dad.
I could have given you 5, but you weren't fucking hard enough. Fuck up.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. But he functions best with structure. He's just one of those individuals that's built like that. Right.
Well, I think part of it is kind of probably seeing what you did and genetics. It's like some learned memory here.
I would think so.
I think there is. I don't think we totally understand where personalities come from. It's a mixture of like spirits and hormones and genetics and where you are born and what part of the fucking moon is facing this way. I'm like, yeah. I always wondered if that shit's real.
Oh my gosh, it's like, Jupiter's orbiting around Saturn, and
I always wondered, like, why are they so into this? Is there something to this? Because if there is, I would feel real stupid if I was ignoring it the whole time.
you know what? Listening to Joe Dispenza, some of his stuff, it changed my whole day. It's changed some of my perspective of how, like, just having more energy, right? More energy, and your emotional energy is transferred. It's like why I was addicted to knowing because of that exchange of energy, right?
Yeah.
Back and forth. It's like being an addict.
Right.
I'm addicted to the trauma.
You're also addicted to making up.
Yeah, that's the other one.
Yeah.
Because that's a feel good too.
Yeah.
Right.
Sometimes people want to get in fights just
to make up. Hell yeah. I mean, it's the whole process of shit. It's how fun. It's all fun. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh my god. So it's that really fucked up part of like understanding, like looking back on it, going,
Bro, when you guys were fighting right before you were about to fight Buff Tension,
oh my god,
it is such a crazy scene. It's really well done, man.
oh my god,
It's really well done.
it's how Emily flips that switch of like, fuck you, motherfucker.
Yeah.
You wanted me to come. It's like, oh my god. Like, fuck. That's every fucking time.
It's amazing.
Like that little, like, oh my god, I guess I do want to become a fucking asshole.
It's amazing.
Oh,
It's so realistic. I mean, they nailed it. They really nailed it. It's, how weird is that for you to watch like a segment of your life being created in a movie? Is it so? I mean,
it's so surreal. I haven't found another word to explain.
it seems like there's not a word that they figured out for that one.
There's not, because it's just one where it's like, you know, on the other side of it, and this is just me going, you know what, I'm grateful. I have a sense of humility. I have a sense of just me, like deep, profound gratitude that DJ, Emily, Benny, everybody involved in the film wanted to take this on.
Yeah.
Like,
That's amazing.
because I looked at it going, like, a lot of it's self-worth going, you really want to do anything about my life, about me? Like, what the fuck? Like, really? And then understanding, like, what they see in me, in the belief they have in the story, and everything that's around it. Because at the end of it, it's redemption. It's like where I am today. I'm so thankful that I have my health. I'm so thankful that I have my surroundings. I'm so thankful that I get to experience these things and share, you know, my experience, strength, and hope, right? You know, with other people and give them going, look at all the fucking bullshit I went through, and I'm on the other side of it. You know, so whatever you're going through, anything's possible.
Yeah.
Anything.
Truly. I mean, and the thing about what you did, like I said, I thought it was so brave that you did it publicly when you did the Smash Machine documentary. And I was thinking, like, were you happy that you were getting on film see, this like wouldn't make you get clean. Is there any of that?
There's a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Because part of it is that I didn't, at that point, the only person on the planet that knew I was doing was John. Right? Nobody else on the planet knew what I was doing. And so when John had the camera down, he's like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you're not being truthful. And I'm like, well, at that moment, I could have went, fuck you, get the fuck out of my house, you're done filming. And there was this moment where it was like, I needed to tell somebody. I go, okay, like, here's what I've been doing. And I don't know how to tell, I don't know how to tell it. I'm just going to show you. And that's what it shows me in the show now. It was that moment where I'm like, you know what I'm doing? I want to show you. Because it was one of those where it's like, it felt like a weight got lifted.
Right.
Like all of a sudden it's just like, oh, fuck.
Did you ever think about not going through the documentary?
Yeah. So here's what they ended up doing. So I didn't see one stitch of footage at all until I saw the complete documentary in Los Angeles, Dolby Sound Studio. So it was like a couple of years, not a second of footage. So I sit down, the documentary hasn't appeared on HBO, right? And the filmmakers aren't watching the fucking film, they're watching me watch the film. Right? There's like 8 of us in the movie theater. I get the film's done, lights come up, and I literally stand up and John Greenhall goes, what do you think? And I go, I'm gonna have to get back with you. And I just walk straight out, don't say any fucking word, get in my truck, start driving. Back then the phones, like in the car, he's calling me on the phone and he goes, you're gonna be okay? I go, I don't know. I said, don't know. Because the agreement we had in place was I had final veto over the content of it. Like I never showed you the content until that day I saw it in the Dolby Sound Studios in Los Angeles. The content of the whole film, I didn't see any of it until that moment. So literally I drove home and John was like, what do you, I go, you have to give me a day. You have to fucking give me a day. I said, fuck it. I said, I don't know if I can go forward with that. I don't think I can. It's just too fucking much.
Okay, so you did have a car.
Yeah, I did. At the very end, John had said something to me like, I guess it's like a parable where it's like, if you live your life and you saved one person's life, you've had a worthy life. Meaning that if somebody watches this and sees your struggles that you've gone through, sees the hope that you have in that in your recovery, it gives them hope, or it gives them, because what keeps you muting is shame. The shame of what I was doing. It kept me quiet. I didn't fucking, who the fuck am I gonna tell?
Right? You don't know.
No, you don't know. Like, fuck no. And so that shame is what usually keeps me. But if they see me in the film go through this process and this deep revealing process of what was going on, it gives them an opportunity to go, what? I can ask for help too. When you
Got through the film, how long did it take you to get clean?
I got clean off of Cubane I was doing right after, all the way through the Fuji or all the way through the Fujita fight, and I was clean for started drinking, which is a whole nother topic, but I had been narcotics probably like 3 years after that, and then I started up again, and it was this process of like start, stop, and then the thing that predominantly dominating was alcohol, because it's socially acceptable, easily accessible, and all these different factors of it, and so that's eventually, like I've said, my mom passed away September 3rd, 1996. And so my son knows this, and so my sobriety date is September 4th, at the time, I thought it was just an American promise of like, yeah, I'll stop. Next day, I got up and there's just something a little different from whatever it was that day. And I stopped asking the question of why, because it's irrelevant, right? And from that day till today, it's over. Wow. Yeah. Makes no fucking sense.
But it does. It's like you get better at sobriety, just like you get better at all other things in life.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. You get better at figuring out why. And, you know, there's also the reality that I think a lot of people need to take into consideration when it comes to fighting is that a lot of guys they're self-diagnosing or self-dispensing something to make themselves feel better. Yeah. Because they've taken a lot of damage. Oh, yeah. They feel this. Alcohol's a big one. A contributing factor. A lot of former fighters become alcoholics. Cocaine's another one. Yeah.
Because it's one of those where I thought, I literally woke up, Joe, and this is no shit, like waking up going, okay, I don't know what's wrong with me. There's something fucking wrong. Like there's something wrong with me. And understanding like all this different stuff, head trauma and all these different things and factors, I literally thought it was like going on.
Look at this.
Like I was like, okay,
Athleticism.
drugs was the only relief I got from what the fuck was going on in my head.
So the thing, what was it past a specific fight?
It was literally towards, it was after 2006. It's like 2006, 2007, 2008. I stopped fighting in 2009. I didn't know what else to do. All my identity was tied up with being a fighter. You know, understanding like these simple words of like fighting's what I did. It's not who I am.
Right.
I'm much more than that. Right? I'm much more than a fighter. And understanding once I got to that point, you know, it's like that's when some of the relief came in. But in my head, like, there's fucking, I don't know this. And so I was just seeking relief because of like there's something that's fucked up in my head. And I didn't know what it was. Still to this day, I look at it like, you know, I call it a God shot because it was one where it's like something needs to change because this is unsustainable. You know, unsustainable with alcohol, unsustainable with what's going on in my head. And, you know, get sober, things quiet down. You know, it's actually quiet down. The first year it took of sobriety to throw out all the bullshit that was in my head. Going, I just need neutral. Right? And once I hit neutral, it's like, oh, wow, I can build on this. You know, so it's it makes no sense at all, but it makes perfect sense.
No, it does make sense because you're willing to articulate your deep thoughts, your very vulnerable thoughts on, you know, who you are as a guy who was, you know, one point in time one of the scariest fucking human beings walking the face of the earth. And you're, you know, that's important for people to know and to hear and to recognize that, man, a lot of people can get caught in that trap. They can't think you couldn't. You know, just like be a little bit more compassionate, understanding, and appreciate people for telling you very difficult truths about their life. Because I think people need to hear that stuff.
They do. Like I said, you know, what I understood, like giving them permission for the documentary, saying to John, going, okay, if this could change or help one person, then my life has value, right? Because I helped another person. And then when it premiered at HBO at the studios, this was like the whole crowning moment. It's having like a 65-year-old grandmother come over to me who I would have nothing in common with and say to me, that was beautiful. My grandson, he's got a drinking problem and I don't know what to do. Well, you know, it's like this door had been open where she felt comfortable to sit down and talk with me.
veterans, found other veterans who struggle with addiction and who have PTSD. And ibogaine is incredibly effective. Wow. And it's not a recreational drug. It's not no. It's a psychedelic. It takes 24 hours, and it's apparently like brutally introspective, but literally corrects addictive pathways, like whatever the connection is to brain and causes you to be addicted to things. It can disrupt those in a very bizarre, unique way. And it's something like 8+% effective with one dose of getting people to stay off of narcotics, cigarettes, alcohol. And I think with 2 doses, it's in the 90s. So if you do 2 different ibogaine ceremonies, they were going. Most people were going. My friend Ed Clay did it down in Mexico. And he even had a place that he was running down in Mexico because you couldn't do it in America because it's illegal. It literally stops the train of addiction dead in its tracks. They don't totally understand how it does it, but it's very effective. I know a lot of veterans.
So they talk about like the neuroplasticity of drugs like that to create new pathways instantaneously.
Yeah, like I'd like to say those words, but I don't really know what they mean. I say I'm just faking it. I know that's how you're supposed to say it, so I'll say it respectfully. I don't know what the fuck's going on here, but so what I do know is my friends that I know that have gone and done ibogaine has been massively effective. Wow. Get them off drugs, get them off drinking, get them, they just change their perspective. They go, okay, I get it now. They just realized where they were tripping over their own dick, like what they were doing wrong. That's incredible. Yeah, quick. I mean, what else is like that? Like 24 hours later, you get a totally new perspective of life and a cure of addiction. And somehow that's illegal. That's illegal, but the stuff that they're addicted to is not. Oh my God, that's like, we're a bizarro world, right? Oh my God, total bizarro world. Yeah, none of that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, that's a whole other rabbit hole. It really doesn't make any sense. Yeah, no. Like what we just said makes no. It should be the opposite. Yeah, it should be the opposite. This is so stupid.
Is it just one where it's like, if that stuff existed back then, it would have come short?
Yeah. It did exist, but it just didn't exist here because we're corrupt. And so, again, kudos to Governor McGurk because what he's done is like open the doorway to right-wing leaning people going, oh, maybe we shouldn't dismiss all these things that God put here on earth. Maybe some of these things are actually here to heal your brain, and we're ignoring them because you can't patent them. Yeah, that might be the thing too. I'm not saying that you don't right, but I'm saying that this also might cure you, and it's incredibly, it's a plan.
So that's, again, in the last 5-6 years, alternative perspectives has been just a huge paramount in my, just in opening me up, to having a better understanding of like how rigid I was and how just this thin line of thinking that I had for so long about stuff like this, and so, it's just been this incredible experience to get to here because I've had to open up. I've had to go, okay, I'm going to do meditation. I'm going to do this. I did meditation for fighting, but it was visual meditation. How the fuck I was going to dismantle the brain. I've been sitting there, but this meditation access different parts of my brain, right? To try to get it delta waves, theta, beta, all these different things, so I can open different parts of my brain up. And so it's just this, my wife, she needs you right for this. What is Nam Yo Renge-Kyo? She chants every morning.
Duncan does that.
Yeah, Nam Yo Renge-Kyo. So the Buddha you have, the gold you have, we have one in our house, not quite that big. But we have, so she's Nichiren Buddhist. It's one of those things where she got me to start chanting. I don't do it as much now, but the first 3-4 years we were together, it's like I chant with her. And it's one of those where it's like harmonics and vibrations and frequencies, and understanding like, man, we know so little, but realistically, all this stuff through like all the different stuff they discovered in Egypt, the sound chambers and all the different things, I mean, it's a
sometimes is thinking and ideas get connected to people, and you have the ideas and your whatever you think about history or about the way things can be done. Yeah, like it's all been solved, kids. Yeah, like settle down. Everybody knows. Like, no, I don't think they do. No, I don't think they do. Show me how they built that. Show me how the fuck they figured this out. Like maybe they knew about medicine. Yeah. That you're ignoring because you can't patent it. Yeah. These people have been making ayahuasca for 10,000 years in the jungle. Yeah. Don't tell me. Yeah. Oh my God. Settle down. Yeah. Settle down. There's all the things that you think are valid plus other stuff. That's with what you believe in. Because sometimes it's wrong.
That's the part where I can't believe how much I've opened up and been just receptive. And a lot of it's because I'm sober. It's like, fuck, I don't know shit, man. Like, when you look at the bigger picture stuff, I know so little.
To know it's no shit. That's the scariest thing. There's a bunch of people pretending they've got it figured out. They're full of shit, too. Yeah. Every one of us is a talking monkey flying through space. That's a great way to look at it, right? We are in a convertible organic spaceship hurling through the universe. That alone, once you start with that, that's your foundational. Okay? This is foundational to your view of the world. The problem with us is that we don't fucking see the stars anymore. That's a giant problem with human beings. We've screwed ourselves up with light pollution, and it's not a coincidence that the people that live in the most populated cities are the most diluted, ridiculous people that are the furthest away from nature. Not that they're not awesome people, but what I'm saying is, like, you are so far away from nature, you're so diluted from being like a wild animal.
So, you know what I've actually done in Alaska? I've hugged trees. I've literally hugged trees, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, that's real.
It really is like walking barefoot, right? Like on grass and getting connected. And you know, you said to me 10 years ago, I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. You know, but it's like, okay, who says it's not?
I think nature's a vitamin.
Oh yeah,
I think where did the term tree hugger come from? Did it come from the time where hippies were doing acid? Probably. Because then that would make so much more sense. Because if you're on acid, you hug a tree. God love you. I love you, tree. You're so fucking amazing.
Oh shit!
Wow. From a series of non-violent protests in India, beginning with the Bishnoi community in 1730. Wow. Physically clung to trees to prevent them from being cut down. See, those people love mushrooms. Whoa. That's why they worship cattle. That's what I think. Why else would all those poor people not eat cows? Cows. But doesn't that make
It makes no sense at all.
It makes no sense. You guys have food everywhere and you're starving, and your religion won't let you eat that food. Boy, okay. How'd you come to this? The only thing that makes any sense to me is those cows were giving you the mushrooms.
They had to.
That's what mushrooms are. That's they're the best source of psilocybin.
Is kelp.
Duncan used to live in my friend Duncan Trussell used to live in Asheville, North Carolina, and the farmers out there used to put a certain kind of feed into their diet to make sure that fungus could, so that the kids wouldn't go in the field mowing mushrooms because they were just getting bags of mushrooms and go to other plants. So the farmer had to feed his cow some anti-mushroom. Still there. I wonder if there's, I bet there's parts of this country where they just grow naturally all over the place. I would imagine. So once those spores get out there,
I would imagine.
yeah.
I would imagine. I'm supposed to actually go down into Brazil and ayahuasca.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Isn't it crazy? You have to go to Brazil to do that?
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
Is it all these things?
A friend of mine, he actually went down to stem cells in it's called origins. And so we go down there and he starts explaining like this. And for him, it's like seeing the face of God. He said it changes his whole entire being. And he's like, it's in the jungle. There's no like, it's yeah. Exactly. it's like I just pictured Alex Pereira walking through. Totally. Like that scary motherfucker, man. That's very scary. His walking is the scariest, bro. God, man. It's the dopest too. Oh, that music starts playing. It's just like, nothing you can do about it. Yeah, he's built for one thing. And I bumped into him in Chicago. I was like, he's built for one thing. He's built to fight. Yeah, he's built to fuck you up. Oh, he's built to fight. Weirdly strong guy. Oh, yeah, it's like literally, it's like he should be able to do what he's doing. Right. It's like, I go, there's no wind up in his kicks, his low kicks. No, there's no tells. No tell. But he's got unbelievable power. But he puts it together with neat. It's not like he's just waiting after you, trying to exchange with you and land first. No, he's setting you up. And while he's setting you up, he's taking your legs away, and you're not seeing the tells. They're not there at all. He said, that's it. They don't move. I was trying to tell you, you think it's coming. It's already there. And now you go, okay, you think you're going to pick up on it? It's like, no, you're never going to. Yeah, he's very clever with that. And he does it with both sides, too. He's just as good with the left leg when he's switching it, when he's fighting southpaw. He just starts chewing up those calves real quick, man. I can't believe that. Is that nerve? Yeah, it's a horrible deal. That wasn't the thing when you were fighting. Oh my God, you have to know it now. Oh my gosh, like, to the point where it's like, you have a lot of wrestling in there, and you have a lot of, like my first time to Abu Dhabi, the only thing you can see is smaller. It's like I didn't, like I literally, if I felt uncomfortable to see small, tiny moves, right? It wasn't this like explosion, because it's like, fuck, I don't know what I'm exploding into. Right. So it's a different sport. It's a totally different sport, but I think there's something to be gained from cross training with the gi. I think the gi is like, it's a fun thing to do, and most street fights, the realistic thing is you're wearing clothes, especially if you're fighting in a place that isn't where people wear winter coats. Oh God, that'd be amazing. The sport is hard. So many things to choose from, so much control available. But if you really ever want to think about competing, I would say just go right into wrestling. Wrestling and jiu-jitsu, learn that stuff first. That's foundational. You have to. God, man, I can't believe it, man. I know, it's so long. I mean, you're a spectator to this. I know. I feel super lucky. Incredibly fortunate. You know what I felt the most fortunate? During COVID. Because everything was locked down, you couldn't do anything, but the UFC was still putting on shows, and you could test it. You tested when you got there, everyone was wearing masks, you sit down next to each other. But we were in the Apex Center, and I got to watch like world championship fights with no audience. I was like, this is crazy. And there's only one of maybe there's 100 people in the whole world that are getting to watch these fights. Like we saw Steve Day fight Francis Ngannou. Francis beat him for the world title. There was no one in that room. Wow, it's crazy to watch. If you watch it today, it's such a weird video because it's an elite performance by Francis in his prime, where he's like seek and destroy, going after Steve Day. Patient. It was when DC started calling him Patient Francis. Yeah, dude, there's no crowd, and it's kind of eerie. Wow, it's eerie. Because when he KOs him, and you hear people go, oh, it's like people kind of freaked out. That's unique. It's very unique. And I was like, wow, there's so few people that get to be here. Oh my gosh, while this fight is happening. Like Justin Gaethje fought Tony Ferguson. Oh my God, in an empty arena. Wow, the arena was completely empty. It was only the UFC crew and only the people that were working around with the UFC. There was no crowd. Wow. And if you watch that today, it's bizarre. So I even thought, like, my first fights in Japan, how quiet the crowd was. But not that quiet. There was no one there. The Justin Gaethje Tony Ferguson fight, there might have been, I don't know, 100 people, 200 people in the whole fucking arena. It was nuts. It was like totally quiet. So smooth. It was eerie because you heard the
the slaps of the punches and kicks way different. Oh, I bet. Because there's no people cheering. Because there's always people cheering. Yeah. It's always this background noise in the UFC, like, yeah. And you hear thuds and stuff, and I hear it a little better than most people because I'm wearing the headphones and the microphones are in the. But you don't hear it like you hear when there's an empty arena. There's an empty arena. I need to go back and watch that. Just shit. Yeah. Oh my god. So I've sat there with a group of people that like watching somebody chicken kicking your shin on chin, and just me, nobody in the room getting it, but me going, oh yeah, like how I don't care, like I don't care that it fucking hurt. I don't care. You can poker face it all. Oh, dude, it fucking hurt. That's like a big fuck you. Like, I know that hurt, dude. I know that hurt. And the COVID times were dark times, but it made me feel very fortunate to be working for the UFC because to be there live as a person who's like just love this sport since it first started. To be there live, those fights were going on. That is just one of those where again, money can't buy that. I mean, it's just one of those experiences. Like I've had a couple through this process of filmmaking where it's like. Nobody ever can buy that experience. Like in Venice, standing there, like literally, like I'm crying because, like I said, it was at the end of that, it was like therapy. Watching me. And some idiot popped up on Facebook saying that he was my half brother. Other idiot from North Bergen actually believed it and gave him my number.
just really hungry. And then having Betty next to me, DJ next to me, feeling her emotion.
Perfect.
And feeling DJ's emotions because they never experienced anything like it either. You know?
Well, I think anybody trying to do what you were trying to do has got to be a bit of a dick. I don't think, as nice as you were always super friendly. You're doing something that's really insane. You know, you're cage fighting for a living in front of the world in your underwear.
Yeah, you know, I tell people top pants. You know, fucking I'm a top pants. You want to know the truth? What are top pants?
You know, I mean, you were a human superhero, a real-looking human superhero, and you're fighting for the fucking normal.
No, they do though. That's where I'm like, no, I was self-absorbed, and I look at it, I go, okay, all right, I can accept that, and understand buddy up. And if you couldn't get with a fucking program, I need a pizza for you.
When you had gone through the kind of training that's required to reach the level that you had reached, you know what's in there for everybody, and people that don't want to come aboard, you get mad.
Oh
Yeah, it's like you're gonna hold me back.
yeah, and that's part of it. Like understanding, like I just didn't have patience for it because I didn't have time. I didn't have time for it, right?
Yeah.
It's understanding, like I know that I make X amount of fucking fights in me, and I gotta try to maximize, and that's not gonna work. You know, because a lot of that was assembling people that were accountable to me, right? And you know, money can hold people accountable in a certain degree, but at a certain point, it's like, you know, the training partners I had around me, it was like, hey, I can help you get to the next level, right? That was kind of the enticement.
Yeah.
You just need to make a commitment to me. Right? Make a commitment to me, and I'll give you that little piece missing. And that was kind of the part that I helped, you know, go, okay, count with me, and I'll help you with that little missing piece out of your professional, you know. And so I just didn't have patience. It's one where I'm nice, I'm cool with other stuff, but you know, at the end of the day, I was demanding.
Live played a factor in you have an issue with substances.
Yeah,
because you just wanted relief.
Yeah,
maybe relief from the mindset.
Yeah, you know, part of it was that, you know, I almost buy into the bullshit, and I can never be this perfect being that I was trying to be, and so I'm always falling short, and that feeling of always falling short, and this, just like, you know, I couldn't live up to what I thought I needed to live up to, right? And so that was hiding it. You know, I'm just gonna get a little relief from it. You know, it's gonna, so I can unplug, right? You know, and it was just one of those where it started with pain. You know, realistically, it started like, oh, fuck, I'm doing something. Apparently, I'm gonna have pain. Yeah. You know, and it was this progression from that of like, you know, from pain to I didn't know what an opiate addiction was.
Yeah, in all fairness, I think you should tell people back when this was all going on, the opiate epidemic had not occurred yet. Yeah. And people did not know. And they were also telling a lot of people who were taking these pain medications that they were not addicted. Yeah, they argued in court. That it was not, which is really crazy.
Which I didn't understand. Look, I didn't understand. Like, I didn't understand the level that I took it when I stopped, tried to stop. I didn't understand what being dosed. I didn't understand, like physically sick. Because I don't have the substance in my body. Like, I would get diarrhea. I couldn't walk from here to the other room without having to sit down for half an hour.
It's almost like,
it's almost like
something that needs you to keep feeding to stay alive. Yeah. It's like, how nuts could getting poison out of your body be bad?
Yeah.
How nuts is that? You want it bad, you want to get the poison back in you? Like, what kind of weird and biological mechanism is that?
That crazy part is the first recognition of, like, that I'm stuck, that I don't know the answer, of, like, because I'm caught between, you know, like, all right, I'm going through this physical withdrawal and everything else that comes with it, or I'm just going to go seek the thing that's causing a physical withdrawal because it makes me feel better. You know, so you're caught in this oh, this feels good. It was like not a normal reaction. Looking back on it, going, oh. So I've always had a propensity towards it. And then, it functions both ways because I get addicted to the sport. I get addicted to the routine. I get addicted to getting in the ring and taking someone's will. I get addicted to the crowd, the championship, the adulations, this. It's like, that's who I am, right? And it's a contributor to my success, but it's also a contributor to my demise. In both ways. It's like, from an early age, I understood, like, hey, this could be a problem, and then when wrestling came along, I didn't drink during wrestling. Like, during that whole season, I didn't drink. College, I didn't drink during wrestling season. Like, when it's like, okay, I'm in recovery, I'm 7 years of sobriety now.
Congratulations.
So,
That's awesome.
It's for me, it's one of those foundational things of like, oh, that's what I've been missing all my life.
Yeah. And you keep repeating that term for a good reason. Foundational is everything.
Yeah.
Having like morals, ethics, that's foundational. Having your health, that's foundational.
Yeah. I get it because it's one of those we're understanding, like those are the building blocks. Because if I don't have those things in place, nothing else fucking stands up.
Right. Of course.
It sounds like the duh.
No, but it's an important thing to reiterate because everybody should hear it. And that's a huge part. It's a huge part. It's it with most things in life. Most things in life, you have to have structure, some kind of structure.
Figuring out like my son, what makes him function, structure. He's told me this. He goes, shoot an hour. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right. I didn't know.
Hilarious.
I didn't know.
I'm gonna give you 4 stars, Dad.
Yeah. Could have given you 5, but you were fucking hard on him.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. But he functions best with structure. He's just one of those individuals that's built like that. Right.
Well, I think part of that is kind of probably seeing what you did and genetics. It's like some learned memory there.
I would think so.
I think there is. I don't think we totally understand where personalities come from. It's a mixture of like spirits and hormones and genetics and where you are born and what part of the fucking moon is facing this way. Oh my god. Yeah. I always wondered if that shit's real.
Oh my gosh. It's like, Jupiter's working my Saturn. And
I always wondered, like, why are they so into this? Is there something to this? Because if there is, I would feel real stupid if I was ignoring it the whole time.
You know what? Listening to Joe Dispenza, some of his stuff, it changed my life. It's changed some of my perspective of how, like, just having more energy, right? More energy. Your emotion transfer to me. It's like addicted to knowing because of that change of negative energy back and forth. It's like being an addict.
Right.
I'm addicted to drama.
You're also addicted to making up.
Yeah, that's the other one.
Yeah.
Because that's a feel good too.
Yeah. Right. Sometimes people want to get in fights just to make up.
Hell yeah. I mean, it's the whole process of fucked up shit. It's how fucked up fun. What do you mean, fun?
Yeah.
Oh my god. So it's that really fucked up part of like understanding, like looking back on it, going,
Bro, when you guys were fighting right before you were about to fight Buck Jensen, oh my god, it is such a crazy scene. It's really well done, man.
oh my god,
It's really well done.
it's how Emily flips that switch of like, fuck you, motherfucker.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my god, it's like, fuck. That's what he does it every fucking time.
It's amazing.
Like that little, like, oh my god, I guess I do want to become a fucking asshole.
It's amazing. It's so realistic. I mean, they nailed it. They really nailed it. How weird is that for you to watch like a segment of your life being recreated in a movie? Is it surreal?
It's so surreal. I've used, like, I haven't found another word to explain.
It seems like there's not a word that they figured out for that one.
There's not. Because it's just one where it's like, you know what, on the other side of it, this is just me going, you know what, I'm grateful. I have a sense of humor. I have a sense of just being, like, deep, profound gratitude that DJ, Emily, Benny, everybody involved in the film wanted to take this on.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it's amazing.
because I look at it going, like, a lot of it's self-worth going, you really want to do a movie about my life, about me,
is that, like I said, I thought it was so brave that you did it public when you did the Smashing Machine documentary. And I was, did you happy that you were getting on film? So like maybe this like would make you get clean? Was there any of that?
There was a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Because part of it is that I didn't like it. At that point, the only person on the planet that knew what I was doing was gone. Right? Nobody else on the planet knew what I was doing. And so when I had the camera now, like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you're not being truthful. And I'm like, well, at that moment, I got to like, fuck you, get the fuck out of my house, you're filming. And there was this moment where I needed to tell something. I go, okay, like, here's what I've been doing. And I don't know who to tell. I don't know how to tell it. I'm just going to show you. And that's when it shows me shooting up. It was that moment, like, I'm going to show you. It was one of those where it's like a week out of it. Right. Like, all of a sudden, just like, oh, fuck.
Did you ever think about not going through with the documentary?
Yeah. So here's what they ended up doing. So I didn't see one stitch of footage at all until I saw the complete documentary in Los Angeles in the Dolby Sound Studios. So it was like a couple of years, not a second of footage. So I sit down, the documentary as it appeared on HBO, right? And the filmmakers aren't watching the fucking film, they're watching me watch the film. Right? There's like 8 of us in the movie theater. I get there, dude, the film's done, lights come up, and I literally stand up and John Greenhall goes, what do you think? And I go, I'm gonna have to get back with you. And I just walk straight out, don't say a fucking word, get in my truck, start driving. Back then the phones, like in the car, he's calling me on the phone and he goes, you're gonna be okay? I go, I don't know fucking clue, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Because the agreement we had in place was I had final veto over the content. Like I never showed you the content until that day I saw it in the Dolby Sound Studios in Los Angeles. The content of the whole film, I didn't see any of it until that moment. So literally I drove home and John was like, what do you mean? I go, you have to give me a day. You have to fucking give me a day. I said, I don't know if I can move forward with it. I don't think I can. It's just too fucking much.
Okay, so you did have it.
Yeah, I did. At the very moment I did decide not to. John had said something